I'm here. I'm queer. I'm ready to organize. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Let's go. Let's do
Okay,
it.
15 seconds.
Everybody's getting some of the back action stuff right now. It's all good.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, live.
Hello, everybody. It's the Trancel squad has now become Trancel culture. I'm Riverboat Jack here with Josie Rose and Luxander, and we are also expecting some additional folks to show up as the stream progresses. We'll see what actually happens here. But welcome. We are doing a collaborative stream today to organize with Progressive Victory 2022 to get people motivated and to channel all of the rage, despair, hope, and energy of our audiences towards volunteering in the midterms that are coming up here pretty quick. We're under 60 days to the midterms. And
so soon.
Up.
I know, right? So we have an expanded roster. Last time we talked about what was going on in Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Arizona. But we're adding 2 more battleground states to the list today. We're also going to be talking about North Carolina and Wisconsin, because both of them have extremely close races that volunteers can definitely play a major role in flipping. So we're going to be talking about all of that. So more stuff to talk about this week, and I'd like to go around before we start by just kind of introducing ourselves, giving pronouns, and the typical thing, and where people can find you, what your background in media is, etc. So Josie, why don't you kick us off?
Hi, everybody. It's Josie Rose C here. I'm so glad to be here. Am I crashing? Am I good?
You're good.
Okay, I just had a weird lag on my side. I am, here happily with this amazing team of people that actually want to get real stuff done. Like the fact that we have thousands of people in a Discord doing work right now. Like there are currently people phone banking as we speak, and trained by professionals that know what's going on. So it's an honor to be here, to be able to help lead and be a part of this movement, to say, hey, like, let's get out there and do something. Let's do something real. So you can find me on Twitch, Josie Rose C, and you can also find me there on Twitter too. So let's have fun tonight.
Yeah. Luxander.
I'm Luxander. I am on YouTube as my platform, and it's like YouTube and my name, Luxander. That's Lux. And I'm also on Twitter, Lux_banana, I think is what the thing is over there. But I'm non-binary, and I use usually they, them pronouns, but if sometimes it's fun to use it, its pronouns nowadays. And I talk about my transition somewhat, not so much anymore. Now it's like politics. So like it used to be like, oh yeah, let's do hormone updates. And now it's like, oh my God, the world is on fire. So that's my stream career started this year, and I enjoy it for all of its good and its bad. So I enjoy being here, having fun, joining hands for political action. Like that's definitely something that makes the work feel meaningful. So I am happy to be here.
Hell yes. And I am Riverboat Jack. Use she, her pronouns. And I come from like a 10-year career in game journalism, which is a very niche corner of journalism, I know. And then it's just kind of through quirk and fluke, I wound up doing politics coverage here on twitch.tv /riverboatjack, and I've been doing that for the past 2 years now, and I'm excited to finally be plugging myself into actual campaigns. And I feel like now more than ever, it's really, really important because there's just been a surge in anti-trans, both bigotry in general, but also political action upon that bigotry. So we're seeing states deny trans people health care through labeling it as experimental. We're seeing bans on providing healthcare to children. We're seeing all kinds of the worst stuff imaginable. And frankly, I'm sick of it, and that's partly why I started talking with the Progressive Victory 2022 people. And you might notice, by the way, we have a number of commands that we've added for the stream. They should be on all of our channels, but to just walk through them real quick, we have !map, which will bring up a link to the Trancel Culture website. And there you can sign up to phone bank, text bank, and go door to door as a canvasser. In anywhere where you are in the United States, you can sign up to do that, and it makes a world of a difference, okay? And when you go to that website, you can actually see a map, and each blue pin represents one of the people who has signed up to do exactly that. So you are not alone.
Description. Sorry, I was talking the wrong Martin. I was talking the wrong screen. Sorry.
Okay. We also have !victory, which will direct you to the Progressive Victory 22 Discord. And when you go there, you can learn all about the different things you can do to volunteer for campaigns. You can get training from people who have literally combined decades of experience. One of the reasons we partnered with Progressive Victory is because they have the experience of actually working in politics on pretty key campaigns over the years. And they have graciously made their knowledge and experience available to whoever joins the Discord, so that you can better campaign for progressive causes. This time we've also added !action, which is specifically getting people to phone bank and text bank in Pennsylvania. There are a lot of races that are up for contention in Pennsylvania, and the more people we get signed up to phone bank and text bank there, the better. And you can do that even if you don't live in Pennsylvania. So !action, it's working with a phone bank that the Progressive Victory folks know well and trust. So you have their seal of approval. Additionally, we have !health, and this one's really important, and I think Josie, I'll let you talk about that one.
Yeah, so this is actually something you can do right now as you sit in front of your computer. And what this is, and it's !health is the command. But really what it is that the Biden administration just put out a rule change and also Title IX changes to to make sure that we have equality for trans folks. But before these rule changes go into effect, they have to take public comment. And these public comments are very, very important because they allow people to understand that this is popular and this is important for our equality.
Mm-hmm.
And this is super important because you can just go on right now to protecttranshealth.org when you press that link, and you can just go on and write a comment, and that comment will have to be read, and it's a vote in favor of protecting trans health. I will say this right now, it's a fight out there. There is a lot of Republican people or people who are transphobic who believe that this is a bad idea and have already gotten people to make comments in the negative. So we definitely need your support, and you can do that right now, right here, as we are talking with you. So
Yeah.
please do that.
Again, just !health in any of our chats, and you'll get a link to protecttranshealth.org. And then it's super easy. There's a form you can fill out for public comment. And Also, if you could share that link across your social media accounts with your friends and family, that would be extremely helpful, because we want as many people as possible to comment on it in support of the proposed rule change, so that we can help to curtail discrimination when it comes to health services. Because frankly, there is not a trans person I know who doesn't have extreme anxiety or fear when it comes to getting healthcare. Like whether it's going to the doctor or they having to go to the hospital.
Well, there's 23% of people who took the US Trans survey back in 2015 actually said they didn't even go to the doctor's office because of that exact fear. Because 55% of trans people said that they had some form of issue at the healthcare centers that they go to. So it's not like we're making this stuff up. We hear it from each other and we share those stories, and it makes it difficult. So it's really, really important to break the mythology that healthcare is out to get us if we can prove and show and tell people this is what this is for. I think we can do a lot. So really, protecttranshealth.org, our exclamation point health. It's super, super critical. Let's get it out there. We cannot lose this public comment fight. We just can't. And it's silly that it goes to these things, but it's important for us to show up.
Yeah.
And support the things that we're fighting for, because it took a lot of work, a lot of lobbying, and a lot of energy to make these rule change happen. And we're at the last minute at the bell, and the last thing we need is for you to say, this is great. Like, so that's the least we can ask.
Yeah. Additionally, we have one more command, and that is !survey. And you can pledge to take the 2022 US Trans survey, and you get a link to the survey. And that just really helps us get more information about what trans people need across America and how we can better serve trans people. And in order to make that happen, we need the information first. So you notice how Josie just talked about the statistics from the 2015 survey. We need the information from the 2022 survey. So please go and take that survey if you are able.
Hold, I forgot about the push to talk.
Yeah.
If you ever wonder about how many trans women versus trans men experience homelessness or something like that, you have to participate in the US Trans survey in order for us to know that. It's like super useful information. I'm considering just running through it on stream when it finally comes out and being like, listen, y'all, let's all do it together. We'll commiserate about how much fucked up shit we've all been through.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that, but take the US Trans survey because it's really, really, really important. Lex Alexander is absolutely right. It is the biggest source of data that we have as a trans community. The US Trans survey is the survey of record for the National Institutes of Health to really understand the social outcomes for trans people who reside in the United States and its territories. We need to hear your stories at every walk and level of life to ensure that we get a good count, to make sure we know what is happening to our community so we know what to prioritize.
Exactly. So, without further ado, we are going to be doing this show regardless of how many people we have on here. So, we are going to do our best here. Also, you'll notice that we have renamed, we've heard your feedback, and we've renamed ourselves from Trancel Squad to Trancel Culture, and I think that makes it a bit more clear what we're going with here. People were getting confused about the S, thinking it was some kind of association between trans people and incels. So we've heard your feedback. We dropped the S, and we added culture to make it much clearer what we were talking about. And Trancel culture is now here. So I hope that that alleviates some of the confusion.
I am so happy that I was too busy to know that drama even happened. I feel like I dodged a bullet of just like, oh my God. Okay. bless you for taking care of that discourse for us. Much thanks over here on this
Yeah,
side.
no problem. We are currently here. Sorry, we kind of got off to a bit of a wonky start, so I'm just trying to find my footing here. But we have a lot of different races we want to discuss across 5 different states. So again, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina, and Wisconsin. Some of the major races that we're looking at in each state. For Pennsylvania, we're looking at Josh Shapiro and Doug Mastriano. And for the governorship, and we are also, of course, looking at the Fetterman v. Oz race for the U.S. Senate. In Georgia, Stacey Abrams is trying to take down Brian Kemp, who is the current Republican governor of Georgia. And we have a really weird race between Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker that is unfolding. That is, frankly, way closer than it has any right to be. And I have a feeling that if we got more people to go door to door in Georgia, that is something that would actually tip the scales in favor of Warnock. And on top of that, in Arizona, we have Carrie Lake versus Hobbs. Carrie Lake is just a crazy person who won the GOP nomination, and we need to prevent her from becoming governor of Arizona by any and all means. And then we have Kelly versus Masters. Blake Masters is kind of like a knockoff of who's the guy in the wheelchair who lost his primary?
Gosh, I just forgot it. I was about to say it, and it just left my mind. Come on,
famous,
chat, where are you
he's
at?
famous for punching a tree. He punched
and
a tree.
For Cawthorn. Cawthorn.
Yeah, Cawthorn.
Cawthorn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Then in North Carolina, we have Beasley versus Budd. And really worryingly, we need to turn out to prevent the state legislature in North Carolina from becoming a supermajority for Republicans. So a lot of the state legislatures, you'll find as we go through talking about them, have relatively dominant Republican makeups. But one of the good things is if we can manage to hold power in 2022, that sets us up to possibly tip the balance of power in 2024 and beyond. So showing up and preventing horrible supermajorities from happening is a big priority in the midterms. And then we finally have Wisconsin with Evers versus Michael, or Mickles. I don't know how to pronounce his name. And Johnson versus Barnes. Basically, the only thing standing between Wisconsin becoming a hellscape has been Tony Evers, who has, over his past term, has vetoed, I believe, more legislation than any Wisconsin governor in history. So he has been single-handedly vetoing anti-trans legislation, and he's been putting up a good fight. So we need to turn out for him because he is currently being hounded. So those are the races we're going through, and we're going to start off with talk about Pennsylvania's races. All right, does anyone who wants to take it from here?
Well, I mean, in Pennsylvania, it's almost like Oz is just basically done. I mean, there's so many things that just show it. There's we were talking about it last time we were together about the money being pulled out, and he's getting more radical and extreme because he thinks that appealing to the radical base is all he has left. He even took off the Trump stuff off of his website, so he doesn't know which direction to go. I always he's hurt. He's dazed and confused. They should have thrown in the towel a long time ago. Fetterman is just continuing to pound him, and it's been absolutely just a joy to see in the bright spot in this campaign. But We don't gotta let up either. So if you want to knock and bruise the eye of Fetterman, get a nice punch while he's still wounded, like go and phone bank. Go talk to somebody on a call and being like, "Hey, you hear about Fetterman?" And like, "Oh yeah, what about it? Let me talk about Oz." Come on, right? You can have a really fun conversation with somebody that actually can vote about this race and see what it looks like on the ground. I think that would be a fun race to just make a couple phone calls to figure out what's going on. So yeah. It's I don't want to be too positive, but definitely let's keep on hitting them because we need people to turn out to make sure we win the governor's seat as well for Shapiro.
Yeah. One of the interesting things is that you're right. Currently, Fetterman is just bodying Dr. Oz in the polls. I think he's up a little over like 9%, 9 points up in the race, which is really good news. The bad news is that Oz has been gaining some ground by attacking Fetterman's health because John Fetterman had a stroke and has been recovering since then. But the two have agreed to debate in October, so that should be really interesting. I think that will be something that will ultimately go in John Fetterman's favor, because he has a really good like speaking presence. But yeah, that's something to keep an eye on, is how effective Oz's messaging has been, because you're right, Josie. Like he hasn't known which way to go. Like he had a rally with Donald Trump, and he got booed. He got booed at that rally.
He got booed, and it's like Trump forgot his name.
Yep.
He's like, that guy, support that guy. Like, I love that guy. Like swear, like he didn't even really even say his name.
Yeah.
Like the biggest joke.
It's dreadfully embarrassing.
It is. It's
no
so
kidding.
good to see, though. It's like, you know, but the reason this exists and the reason this is because we are actually showing up and actually doing the work. And it's really showing people want to go and walk for Fetterman and, you know, and actually go and make calls for Fetterman, because Fetterman's just a cool dude. And you know what? I will say this. The Democratic establishment did not want Fetterman to win.
Oh, absolutely
And if it were, and this is a real illustration. Pennsylvania should be a wake up call to a lot of the really hard establishment. I can't really say I'm part of the establishment now, so I can't really say that anymore. So I have to figure out a new thing.
You've
Anyways,
become the man. You've like
I
retransitioned
know.
and become the man.
That's right. That's right. But anyways, so basically what we see in Pennsylvania is if you actually follow progressive populist ideas, you will not only help and support that particular race, you'll also raise the water for all of those other candidates, like the governor candidate, that isn't as exciting. And that's fine. You don't have to have every candidate be exciting, but it's good to have some really good progressive populist lightning rods to rally with, because it just electrifies everybody around. And so Shapiro is probably so thankful that Fetterman is really picking up the weight. I mean, Fetterman is picking Shapiro up at this point and crossing him across the finish line with him, because when the people go vote for Fetterman, it's a really easy choice to just go ahead and vote D, right? And vote for Shapiro. But if it was the Democrat choice that they wanted, their pick, we would not have the energy, and could be possibly having a completely different conversation about the fact that Oz could be winning.
Yeah.
Because there's only one populist in the race, and we cannot let the Republicans monopolize the populist space, because we're populist too if we work together. We're still there. We're still working on it. We still have a lot of coordination to do, but I think these type of actions that we're doing today is exactly what is needed, so we can actually have political power, because organizing is politics. And this is an opportunity for you to get a free lesson in professional level politics. We're not talking about just another local race here. We're talking about a professional level political training that you're going to be able to get and carry that with you. Have a new experience under your belt. And all you have to do is just pick up your phone.
Yep.
Like, that's what you got to do. So seriously, you need to go exclamation point victory, and you need to do that. Exclamation point action. You need to do that because those things are super critical, and we need to hit them so hard that they run scared the next time they poke another dramatic candidate like Oz out of the hole.
Yeah. Well,
So
and like again, Fetterman has a history of being on like the right side of politics. Like even before same-sex marriage was legalized, he personally married a gay couple in the town he was mayor of. In 2013, 2 years before it was legalized. Like he's not just someone who is willing to pay lip service to LGBTQ rights. He's somebody who put himself in danger of, like, you know, he could have been arrested for doing that. You know, like it wasn't legal to do. And also on top of that, Dr. Oz is like the biggest punching bag. Like you have coalitions of doctors coming out and writing like articles published in scientific literature, in scientific like publications, in scientific journals, arguing that he shouldn't be considered a doctor. Like they have
absolutely.
yeah, like Scientific American ran one, like the Journal of like Missouri Medicine ran one. Like,
so think about,
it's crazy.
I was thinking of this bizarro health like alternate universe where like Oz had the same Teflon ability as Trump.
Mhm.
Like, could you imagine like Oz having that ability of like having all of this stuff come against him and just have no consequences whatsoever? It's laughable, right? You think,
Yeah.
oh my God, how in the hell? But it's like, it's also laughable that Trump has this ability too.
Yeah.
And, you know, so it's really scary to see the attempt of saying, no, this guy's got my blessing, leave him alone.
Yeah.
But no, we're going harder. We're going stronger. And, you know, I just love the fact that it's starting to show that people are tired of the memes of politics. I think that you know, this is some dozy hot take here, but basically I think that people, when they first elected Donald Trump, I think they thought of the memes. They were like, oh my gosh, let's throw a brick through the window. Let's show the Democrats by electing the other guy. Like, you know, there was a lot of bullshit reasons why people voted for Trump. They weren't based in like reality. They were very just like, oh, I'm gonna vote for Trump because right. And I think now though, after we suffered 4 years of it and have had a competent president for the last two, I think people are starting to be like, do we really want to meme this again? Like, I think we should just let politics be boring and not support these really terrible humans anymore. And I think there's a wake up call happening. This is completely my hot take, but the only reason that's happening though, and I'm always gonna call it back, don't you think I'm not, is because people are making phone calls. I'm not kidding. Like, people are talking about politics, and we were talking about 60 days out. This is statistically the moment when voters start picking up voter guides. This is the moment where voters are like, oh, the election's coming up. Oh, my mail-in ballot's coming in a few weeks or in a week and a half. So I need to start thinking about who I'm voting for. So right now, the iron is as politically hot as it's going to get because everybody that you call right now doesn't have a ballot and hasn't had an opportunity to vote, but you could at least start pointing that person in the right direction. And I think that that's a really cool opportunity. I'm actually sad that I personally am not professionally working in a campaign right now because I miss it. I miss the energy and action of like having a really great phone call from somebody who is like on the fence, and you don't know if they're going to go the one way or the other, but it's your conversation on like a Saturday afternoon because they're off of work and have a moment to think about it. Say, you know what, you're right, I'm going to vote for them. Like, that is a rush. I don't know, maybe I'm a nerd. But
Well,
I think it's a rush.
Real quick, Josie, we have Willow here.
Oh,
Willow
yay!
has joined the stream. So welcome, Willow. If your camera's not on,
Hello.
uh,
Don't know why my
We
camera's
can
not
hear you.
working. But
but we can hear you.
hello.
Hello. It might be Discord being angry that your camera is being used elsewhere. But
Well, let's fix that.
Yeah, we are currently talking about the political situation in Pennsylvania, and but before we continue, maybe you could introduce yourself, talk about pronouns,
There you are.
media history, and why you feel it's important to organize.
Of course. Well, let's be real. The import of organization, it cannot be overstated, because let's be real, we've seen what has happened in the past 6 years. We've been watching what has been happening politically. We've been watching people's rights being stripped and taken away left and right. Sorry, we just got a new gecko enclosure, so everyone wants to see it and they can't be on top of it. It's mesh. But like, as Josie was saying, look at the people who let me scroll. Let me circle back to that. I'm Willow. Hi, I run Trans 101 on Twitch. I do educational and fitness stuff on TikTok. You can find me at twitch.tv/Willow. You can find me at Miss Willow Faye, Faye, just everywhere else. And I know most people here, I don't think we've met, Lux.
No,
I
I
love your
don't think we
background.
have. Hello. Oh, thank you.
Hi,
Yes,
nice
this
to
is
meet you.
my little studio.
I like I like the queer jacket, the queer side shave, the queer you.
Pretty
Oh,
much
sorry,
everything.
the undercut.
It's I'm just like, it's the most androgynous haircut I could possibly have. Like, it's literally half short and half long, you know?
Of course, of course. Oh, and of course, my desk isn't raising. Also, yes, pronouns, she, her, exclusively. Yeah, no, that's so. But like Josie was saying, and if you'll excuse me, this is gonna get a little weird. That we saw a lot of people who voted essentially for the lulz of it. Like, that's what happened. The joke. Oh, well, there's no way that Trump could ever be elected. So who on earth would think that that's going to happen? So let's just vote for him for the lulz. And then 4 years of hell happened, effectively. And it is good to see that people are actually organizing for actual legitimate change, for equal rights, for workers' rights and voting rights and women's rights. It's almost like a healthy society allows for people to have rights.
Mm-hmm.
Almost.
Almost.
I will say one thing that
Almost.
Trump had going for him over Dr. Oz is at least Trump never came out in support of J.K. Rowling.
Fair.
Um,
Oh, there we go.
Well,
okay, good.
Also, we haven't talked so much about the governor race in Pennsylvania yet, but Doug Mastriano is basically a demon in a flesh suit. He's called for people to rise up and seize power. He did that.
Oh God.
By the way, prior to January 6th, which he's fighting, I believe, a subpoena about. And he also has yet, while Shapiro is currently 10 points ahead of him in the polls, Mastriano has yet to spend any money on television ads. So it's likely there's going to be a pretty big media blitz in the next month and a half.
Oh, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
And this is one of those things that we have to really think about, because we are yuck and ha whatever. But what the Republican Party only has money to do because they've so poorly managed it, and they've also seen the huge success of this strategy, is you buy all the media blocks at the very end of the campaign, like the last 3 to 4 weeks of it. And then essentially what happens is it doesn't matter how much you door knock, right? People hear negative ads so much that it starts to control your door knocking message. Now, I know that's a really meta way to look at it, but it's after years and years of seeing this happen in real life, is that even though the ads are stupid and even though the ads are dumb, the canvassers, when they're supposed to be going and doing this great script and everything that they're supposed to be doing, they're responding to some bullshit lie.
Mhm.
And then all of a sudden the campaign is on its defensive, and you usually have a volunteer at the door that doesn't know how to answer direct probing questions because they're given a sheet that says, this is what my candidate wants to do to the environment, for the environment. This is what my candidate wants to do. It's like, oh, but what about this bullshit eating thing? It's like, wait, what? And and that's a direct example from Nina Turner, right? Because Nina Turner made an example and said that you have a choice between two bowls of shit, between Trump and Joe Biden. And they played that ad not only in the time she was running the special election 2 years ago, but also constantly in the election that just happened. So what you would see is this massive media buy, and those canvassers are now talking about, what do you say when somebody says they're the bull of shit? Like, what do I say to that Democrat that said that, did my vote for Biden equal to a bull of shit? Like, and it sucks, right? And that's what they spend all of their money to do. And
Yeah.
it's really frustrating.
Well,
And do it right
and
at the end.
The worst part is, by the way, that like Democrats don't have to make up lies about their opponents. Like we don't have to do that. Like one of Doug Mastriano's biggest, I would argue, in a pantheon of horrible shit, one of the worst things he's done is collaborate with a man by the name of Andrew Torba, who is the CEO of Gab, who he paid $5,000 to consult on his campaign in February. And this is after Torba had publicly made an anti-Semitic string of comments and essentially arguing that Jewish people had no place in the GOP. And Andrew Torba, after meeting with Mastriano, was like, "Yep, this is our guy. He and I, we agreed that we're not going to do any interviews with non-Christian journalists."
Yeah.
And Andrew Torba has been talking about how his partnership with Mastriano is part of an effort to build what he terms a parallel Christian society, because he's fed up and done with and this is a quote, the Judeo-Bolshevik one, which, for those of you who don't know, is a Nazi term. And then, of course, Andrew Torba shared a cartoon blaming Jews for killing Jesus. Yeah, following
You
that...
cannot make this shit up.
But, by the way, Gab is also just incredibly anti-Semitic. Like, incredibly anti-Semitic. Like, the 2018 Tree of Life synagogue shooting, was done by a user who was radicalized and had a long history of posting neo-Nazi propaganda on Gab. And his last post was, "I can't sit by and watch my people get slaughtered. Screw your optics, I'm going in." And this is the site that Mastriano paid to consult on his campaign. Also the most liked comments on Mastriano's Gab posts are posts decrying the Jew world order, and they call Jewish people cancers. So this is Doug Mastriano's campaign. Like these are mainstream conservatives running in the United States today. And
oh yeah,
and it is like, people need to be aware of this. It's chilling because Mastriano has a lot of money behind him too. Like I know that the general Republican funds have been slim, but he's like, I'm genuinely concerned about what will happen when the media blitz starts.
We'll see.
Yeah. Okay. So one of the things I really wanted to talk about when we were talking about like, you know, canvassers and having to rebuff the basically the conspiracy ass talking points that the right makes up is now bear with me here because it's been about 15 years since I saw the article on this. But back when Obama was first elected, one interesting thing I saw from some political science paper was that when we start talking about these conspiracy things, like who heard the conspiracy that Obama is a Muslim,
Yep.
right? And that one of the issues coming from media outlets, coming from canvassers, coming from anybody in an actual position of power was you can't actually just rebuff the fact that he's a Muslim by saying, no, Obama's not a Muslim, because it keeps those key words in circulation in the talking points. And it just further reinforces that connection between Obama, Muslim, Biden, weak, Trump, God Emperor, whatever you want to say. It keeps those in circulation and it keeps those talking points getting stronger and stronger so that the people who are only paying half attention or so, like your run-of-the-mill conservatives, are a lot more primed to believe whatever propaganda is being stated about their candidate to more easily pull them over to that side. It's such an easy pipeline to fall through.
Yeah. And also just real quick, because we got a limited amount of time here, folks. Real quick, going through the other races in Pennsylvania here. There is a slim chance that we could pick up a U.S. House seat. The race in Pennsylvania 01 between Representative Brian Fitzpatrick, who's a Republican, against Ashley. I don't know how to say her last name. Ehaz.
It sounds like he has.
yeah.
He has probably sounds right.
Okay, yeah. I always get tripped up when there's a Z in a last name. But
Name.
yeah, the Fitzpatrick currently has a 20-point lead. But that's according to recent phone polling, which tends to skew much, much older. But we need a lot of people to get out in the ground game in Pennsylvania to make that happen. And additionally, there are a number of seats that we need to hold. And you're going to hear us say that we have a number of seats we need to hold in pretty much every state. Because the midterms just kind of works out that a lot of Democrats tend to be up for re-election during the midterms. So we also have races in Pennsylvania's 7th, 8th, and 17th congressional districts that we need to hold. And one of the big ones to keep a look at and that we need more people in is Pennsylvania's 8th district, which is Representative Matt Cartwright against Jim Bognet. And the district itself has been steadily shifting right, or to the left, rather. But Biden lost the district by 2.9%. So that tends to be an indicator that we need to get a few more people out on the ground there. So, again,
Yeah.
just if you are interested in helping hold the governorship of Pennsylvania, flipping a U.S. Senate seat, which is a huge deal, especially given that every single Senate seat that we can pick up gets us closer to having a clean majority in the Senate, and it would allow us to do so many cool things like protect trans rights on a national level. We could also pick up a U.S. House seat if enough people mobilize, and there's even a chance to set up a flip of the state legislature in Pennsylvania if we get enough people out. And the best way you can contribute to that is by typing !map into chat, and it will pull up a link to trancelculture.com. And basically, once you're there, you'll see a giant map where each blue pin on that map represents a person who has signed up to phone or text bank or go door-to-door canvassing. Each person who signs up, you really make a difference. Last time we did a stream like this, we got over 500 people signed up, which, give you some
That's
perspective,
huge.
like 25 highly mobile, like motivated people can shift the outcome of an election. We got
Yeah.
way more than that. So we need even more of you, and we can make even bigger changes. Okay?
And I want to say really quickly too about that particular point is when we say you're going into a professional operation, these lists are already perfectly cut for you. These races can be won and lost by 100 votes. And what you can do is you can get an actual tailored list to talk to people who are like not a Democrat or maybe more left leaning, and you could have these conversations, and these conversations to hold seats are so critical and a great place to start up, right? Like we're talking about Biden losing a race by 2.9%, right? In a presidential race, that sounds scary, right? But actually, when you break that down and actually go to the actual race level itself, we're talking about a couple hundred votes, maybe 1,000 is what we're talking about. So when we say 500 people, if 500 people were to make a phone call 2 times a day, right? Then you already tried to reach 1,000 people. Chances are you talked to about 250 of them. That's how wild this is, right?
Yep.
It really is like that. And I'm not saying make 2 calls, do a full hour, a couple hour shift to get a flow with it, but I'm saying it is a good opportunity for you to be a part of a professional operation. So these numbers aren't numbers you're just calling for nobody. These are actually registered voters. This is a great opportunity, and not a lot of people get this level of expertise handed to them.
Yeah.
And we have to remember too that like the percentage of people who actually vote is relatively low.
Mhm.
It doesn't take a lot to convince somebody that yes, this race is important. Voting here is important and this is why.
Yep. Like absolutely. And one of the best ways to convince someone of that is by going to the door and like saying, "Hey, I think this is really important," because that like shows you put in the effort to go to their door. Like that's a lot of effort. I don't get anybody coming to my door for anything. Like that it's a lot. So,
I mean, and the door statistic is, and I know I used to do this for a living,
mhm.
business that actually did professional canvassing for politicians and campaigns. So when you knock on a door and it opens for you, there's a 20% chance that it opens every time you knock on a door. And if that door opens, there is a 60% chance that everybody in the household, not just the person you're talking to, but everybody in the household is a 60% likelihood to vote for you, because exactly what River just said, right? Jack hit it right on the head, because people don't go and actually do the hard work to actually meet you in person. And that means so much that the whole house is more likely to vote for you. So
Yep.
you could be that force in a neighborhood that shifts the election.
Yep. And so also, I know it can be really intimidating and scary to get into volunteering on campaigns, but part of what is great about having partnered with Progressive Victory 22 for all of this is that all of the people who have combined decades worth of political experience are making that experience available to you to do, like, prep classes that you can ask them questions. And if you're interested in getting involved in that, all you got to do is go to the Progressive Victory 2022 Discord, which you should be able to access by using !victory. And that will direct you to the Progressive Victory Discord. I believe you will also get redirected after you fill out the form on trancelculture.com. But on the off chance you signed up and didn't join the Discord, that's what they do there. They're prepping you to get more involved and to know what you're doing and to get comfortable and like meet the other people you might be working with. So great organization, highly endorse going over there and learning some stuff about volunteering. And one last call to action here. I know it's been a lot. Real quick. Additionally, we have we added an exclamation point action command specifically for the state of Pennsylvania. The Progressive Victory folks know of a phone banking and text banking organization and have partnered with them to get more people involved, specifically in Pennsylvania, and you can participate in that no matter where you are in the United States. So use !action in chat to get a link to the site that they're using for signups. Super easy, and also again, as you might have noticed from some of those down ballot races, we need as many people to show up for Pennsylvania as we can get. So that being said, let's move on to talking about Georgia. Oh,
great, my home state.
Oh yeah, that's where you are. You want to take it away?
Well,
Yeah.
it's not where I am. It was just where I was born. I'm next state over. I know a lot more about Alabama politics, which unfortunately isn't much cause for swing states.
Yeah.
We were lucky that Doug Jones won the special election when he did, partially because there was so much canvassing done for him. Canvassing is important. Volunteering is scary, but it's important. We, my partner and I, and I'm a trans woman in Alabama, did a lot of canvassing around the city, and it was beneficial. It was helpful. It was helping people get reliable transportation, checking on who they're going to vote for, giving them information on where their voting districts are. Because honestly, like in the South, especially in places like Alabama, like Georgia, which we're about to talk about, is that voting polling locations are sometimes very hard to get to for marginalized individuals by design. A lot of people are not told where they're supposed to go. It is a pervasive problem down here.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's talk about Stacey Abrams versus Brian Kemp for state governor.
Let's go.
Well, I admit I'm a little bit underprepared, but I do have talking points, which is so helpful. So helpful. Such as an average of available polling shows that Abrams is trailing Kemp by about 5.5 points, meaning she needs as much support as possible. Abrams being the Democratic nominee here.
Yeah.
To make up the difference in a state that is relatively hostile. Unfortunately, Georgia is one of those places with terrible gerrymandering that makes it very difficult for progressive stances to take root.
But if we were able to flip the governorship, it would be a huge win. Like,
absolutely.
Stacey Abrams has taken a couple shots at doing something along these lines, and I think she might have the momentum to get it done this time, but she can't do it alone. She needs people to actually turn up and volunteer, and that's where you guys can come in. Additionally, we have Georgia, I believe, has one of the strictest abortion bans in the country. It is not great. Also, Brian Kemp has been trying to fight efforts to subpoena him in Donald Trump's very good phone call where he tried to extort Georgia for more votes. So there's a lot of shady stuff going on with Brian Kemp.
Really bad. And he was also one of those going hard Christian, right? Like, I think he also said that he was going to vote against contraceptions, and he was totally okay with that. So it's becoming a close race because abortion is getting on the ballot in a lot of these places. There's a lot of really huge unknowns in that race, and it's probably, if I have some time, I'm probably going to give some of my time to this race because there's been so much work on the ground being done in Georgia because of the way voting is done out there. It is not a fair process. It is a system that is meant to kick you off rather than keep you on. And there is even a vote curing process, meaning if there's anything that is wrong with the ballot that was legally submitted, then they will say, oh, this ballot's invalid. And then that campaign is responsible for chasing down the voter to make sure, hey, your vote didn't keep counted. Are you sure you wanted it this way? And that process is another way to stop voters from being able to have access to voting for who they are. Because you look in Georgia, there are hour-long waits in line. You can't even legally give people water or food for waiting in those lines. The voting districts is another issue. I believe Georgia has voter ID laws, I believe, as well. So there are so many barriers to access to the polls. So when you and I'm really glad you brought that up, Willow. Even though, Willow, you are working on a blockbuster, like which race was that? That was the senator. That was a special election, right? After Trump got elected. That was
Mhm.
who was that? Senator. I can't remember who
It
senator was.
was Doug Jones won
Jones.
against, what was his name? Roy Moore? Roy Moore.
Roy Moore, right. So you have Doug Jones, and everybody knew about the Georgia. And I had people from California driving to Georgia to work in the Georgia race. And you would think, man, there is so much advertising, there's so much energy going into this one race. But I bet you, Willow, I'm asking you, how many people did you help, even though everybody knew they probably wanted to vote for Doug Jones?
Yeah, exactly. And let me say about that election, it ties into it. That election, Doug Jones, to show you how stacked against progressive ideology that these institutions of power are, Doug Jones didn't win by nearly as much as he should have against somebody who was removed for office twice and also is a pedophile,
Yeah.
was on record groping 14-year-olds, has literally been removed from a mall before for creeping on underage people. And he still didn't win. Doug Jones still didn't win by what he should have. And then he lost again to a football coach who doesn't even know what the three branches of government are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The voting laws in Georgia are basically, I hesitate to even use this phrase because of how much of a white passing person I am. It basically been called Jim Crow 2.0. Like
Yeah.
the voting laws are terrible, and if they remain in power, they plan to get rid of automatic voting registration, eliminate no excuse absentee voting, curtail Sunday early voting, and a lot of these polling locations are done at places in the South like churches, because there are so many
And
churches down here, which employs volunteers, and provides an overall atmosphere that is generally hostile to queer people and other marginalized individuals.
Yeah.
I think you
I always think it's such
froze.
bullshit whenever I have
Oh,
to
no,
vote in a
you're good.
church.
Oh God, it's the worst.
Well, I just, not to self-promote myself too much, but I've been asked to speak at the DNC's Women's Leadership Forum. And I am speaking on voter protection, in particular around the idea about trans access to voting. Right now, we know that from the survey back in 2015, that about a third, about 32% of people were denied services or abused or harassed or worse because they showed an ID that didn't match who they are when they come into that person. And we need to also make sure that we're keeping an eye out for our trans siblings that go to those voting booths to ask for a ballot and are denied one because they don't look like their ID or they have a name that they don't use anymore. Like, these are the things that there are so many barriers to access the voting that we in Georgia has just for cis people. Now layer in trans people, that's how important this is, because we're having a hard time to get access now. Could you imagine if Brian Kemp was in? Brian Kemp used to be the former secretary of for Georgia, correct? Like, he used to run the voting
Hmm.
process in Georgia when he ran against Stacey Abrams the first time. And that's one of the reasons that he actually had the ability, because he knew the voting system so well. So you're telling me if we let that man into governorship again, like it's even going to be even harder for Black people and people who aren't white going in to vote. It is a tragedy, and that's why it's so important that we make sure we get him out of office. And this is a really good opportunity to strike and get somebody like Brian Kemp out of office because of his just draconic views on reproductive care and trans people and everything else. Like, we actually can swing and hit him out of office and take a governor seat and turn Georgia blue. Like, I want Georgia to be blue so bad.
Yeah.
Well, they did manage to get a couple of Democratic senators in 2020 in Georgia, didn't they? So, like, Georgia has already come out and voted and proven that they can swing things blue.
Yeah, it just takes a whole lot of effort, which is one of the reasons why we're doing this organizing stream, right? Like, the more people we can get out in these key states and races that we're talking about, the more likely it is that we will be able to continue this trend of flipping. So yeah, like Brian Kemp is horrible, but I hadn't looked into the Warnock and Walker race too much until I created like one of the research docs for this stream, and Herschel Walker is way worse than I thought he was. Like, as a human being, like I feel bad for him because there's pretty clear evidence that he has some form of brain damage from his days playing football. But at the same time, like, dude has also like pretty troubling history with domestic abuse that I was unaware of. So when it comes to like whether or not Herschel Power should be given power in Georgia, I think the answer can be pretty definitively said to be no. Especially when I'm gonna describe this to you, so I guess trigger warning for domestic abuse. Walker allegedly held a loaded gun to his wife's head and said, "I'm going to blow your fucking brains out." This is substantiated by the restraining order his now ex-wife has against him to this day. In the affidavit provided to court to secure that order, her sister testified that multiple members of her family had received calls from Walker threatening her life. In that affidavit, her sister claimed Walker once called looking for his ex-wife while she was out with her boyfriend. Her sister took the call and said Walker became very threatening when told of his ex-wife's whereabouts. To her recollection, Walker stated unequivocally that he was going to shoot my sister Cindy and her boyfriend in the head. On another occasion, she said she talked to Walker at length after he'd reached out to her online. He expressed to me that he was frustrated with Cindy and that he felt like he had enough and that he wanted to blow their fucking heads off. Again, a lot of recurring threats to shoot people in the head. This man should not have any form of political power at all on that basis alone. But also, like, I don't think the dude knows what's real. I genuinely don't. He's been claiming for months now that he has special agent training, and he finally posted the proof, and it's like a laminated card that police departments give to children. It says he's an honorary agent and special deputy sheriff of Cobb County. Like, it looks like something that they give to kids. He's also asked aloud at his rallies why apes still exist if evolution is real, and has suggested that the solution to school shootings is this is a direct quote, a department that can look at young men that's looking at women that's looking at social media. What the fuck does that mean?
What the fuck does that even mean?
What does it mean? I don't know.
And that is a perfect. Herschel Walker is a perfect that the Republicans in charge don't care who some of their voting representatives are. They just are like, let's just get somebody in. He was a football player, seems electable. Let's just pick him out. It's fine. We'll just wash it over. We'll go ahead and do it, and we'll just throw millions of dollars. And guess what? The Republicans, they don't care. They just vote R. And that's how much disrespect that the Republicans have for their voters. They do not care about their voters' dignity when they force somebody to vote for their Republican candidate that has this out. That it's beyond disrespectful. I could not say, like, as a Democrat, I've been on many committees, and as a Democrat just go, oh yeah, this person, I want them to represent the party. I want them to wave our banner with pride and joy. It's like, no, that's the reason why Democrats they're better at getting rid of sexual abusers. Yeah, it's like better because we actually call out that behavior because we don't want that to represent our brand. But Republicans don't care. They don't care if it's a pedophile, like Roy Moore was way too close. They don't care if it's a showman who knows nothing, Donald Trump. They don't care if it's a failed doctor on TV. They don't care if it's a quarterback that's obviously dealing with some really important physical, mental issues that need to be addressed, but yet they are still pushing them forward. It's like, I feel like a dam's got to break eventually. Like, how is this?
No, they don't
fiction?
have a bottom. They don't have a bottom.
Yeah,
there's no dam to be broken. Like, Matt Gaetz literally sex trafficked a child.
Yeah.
And like, he still goes around campaigning.
And he's gonna win his election.
Yeah. He's not one of the swing elections we're gonna be talking about.
Yeah.
It's insane, and the worst part is it's effective for Republicans.
And I just don't know why they don't care about their own self-respect. It's just like, do you lose it?
They don't have any.
It's party over people 100% of the time.
Well, and Warnock is only up right now in the current polling has him up by 2.7%, which is shockingly close.
Yeah.
When thinking about his opponent. What will be interesting is their debate on October 14th. They have both agreed to it.
They're gonna do it? Ooh. Walker's done.
Warnock had a stipulation that he would only do it if talking points weren't delivered beforehand, and if they agreed to a second debate following it up. And Walker has agreed to that. So we'll see if his handlers allow that to happen.
I mean, he's in trouble.
Part of the mentality behind that. Did any of you grow up in the South?
No,
I did.
Midwest.
I grew up in Texas. Yeah.
Okay. So
Aaron speaks.
let me guess. You know exactly what I'm talking about when I say that if you got a bunch of people sitting around and you hear that, maybe your uncle's friend Johnny has been threatening to hit his wife, but that's just talk. That's just how boys do. That's how the Republicans, especially down here in the South, in places like Texas, Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, they see it, that it's all talk until something happens, and then it's, oh, well, we never could have actually seen that coming. Because, you can talk about shooting your wife in the head every day of the week, but, it's fine because it's just talk.
Yeah, she's just my old ball and chain, am I right?
Exactly. Yeah. Like, it's a terrible joke because, seriously, I don't understand how cishet relationships function.
I don't either.
Take my wife, please.
Take my wife, please. No, you cannot have my partner there, the light of my life. Shut up! Don't look at me like that.
I would just real quick like to introduce Aaron. Hello, how you doing?
Hi, I'm doing well. How are you? How's everyone?
We're doing great.
I love your green screen background a lot.
Me
Thank
too.
You. It's an island forest.
And if you could introduce yourself, pronouns, history in like making media, like what do you do, where can people find you, and why you're showing up to organize with us.
Sure.
All of that would be great.
Okay. Hi everybody. My name is Aaron Green. I have started running a little show called Trans in the Am. where I like to talk about trans news topics, interview other trans people about their experience being trans. I think it's really important for a lot of younger trans people, or even not even necessarily younger, but just new into transition, like baby trans, so to say. I think it's really important for people to see the perspective from a swath of different types of lives. So that's what I want to do, is try to talk to as many trans people as I can and get them to share their experiences so that other people can see that and maybe identify with something there that they might feel within themselves. Yeah, so I've been doing that. I work on Ashley's show as well. We're working on the Trans Resource Curation Project. I think we're changing the name to the Trans Resource Center. But
Okay.
we want to have a huge collection of like all kinds of resources and stuff like that for trans people. If you don't know where to go for like voice, or if you need more information about, laser hair removal or anything, pretty much anything you can possibly think of. We want to create a repository of all that information so that it's easily accessible for other trans people. And yeah, that's pretty much what I do. You can find my stuff on aarongreen.tv, and yeah, follow me there. But
And
I'm just here because I love getting involved in politics. In the 2016 years, I was a door knocker for Bernie.
oh, nice.
So yeah, yeah. I was one of the precinct captains in my precinct in Nevada, so that was a lot of fun.
Awesome.
And pronouns?
Oh, she, her. I
Okay.
also have neo pronouns, but no one should feel obligated to use those. That's okay.
What are they?
Yeah.
Fur,
you want?
furs.
Okay.
Okay, got it. Thanks. I'll
Um.
try my best.
It's okay.
So.
You're my favorite ent.
Yeah, right. Look, I'm surrounded by trees.
Yeah.
So, we've been talking about the state of Georgia and the situation in there. We've been going over the Warnock and Walker race. Yeah, it. I don't know. Like I mentioned earlier that comment. Like it looks like the police department gave him like a little laminated card for children.
Yeah.
One of, I think, Arizona's like state legislature or U.S. House members from Arizona responded saying, "My son got a Paw Patrol badge. Think that gives you both the same authority."
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like that scene from The Office where Dwight gets the like volunteer sheriff badge or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Ron Swanson's little I can do what I want.
Let me turn that on. Sorry about that.
Oh goodness. Let's see. Additionally, we have a bunch of honestly, a bunch of like state races and U.S. House races, but a lot of them aren't going to be like it's really exciting when we have the opportunity to flip a seat. It's much less exciting, I think, for a lot of people when it's an opportunity to hold a seat. And frankly, a lot of Georgia's races are about holding seats, so that maybe down the road in 2024 or beyond, Democrats have an opportunity to like flip the state legislature or flip the state house. There are 3 districts in Georgia, the 53rd, 99th, and 108th, that if we can hold them, there's a decent shot at being able to flip the state legislature in 2024, which is pretty cool. But also, we have the U.S. House seat, which is Representative Sanford Bishop, a Democrat, against Chris West, who, is basically one of those people who believes like all the elections are being rigged, and also just wants to make sure that if you're a woman, you don't have the right to your own body, like in any capacity, really. It's great. Honestly, one of the great things about campaigning, I think, for Democrats is that almost every single conservative that is running for office right now is just an absolute ghoul. Like very, as I was doing research on this, very few of them are like decent, upstanding conservatives who just care about fiscally responsible policy. Like none of them are like that. So
When's the last time you've unironically heard a conservative say, "I'm fiscally responsible. I want to do fiscal"? Did they just give up on that? I have not heard that in a long time.
yeah, I
Like-
think
No, they're mostly just like dump all the money in the military now. There is no such thing as like irresponsible spending.
yeah, no social spending except for the
or
military.
tax cuts. The tax cuts cost trillions of dollars. That's what's
Yeah.
really frustrating is when you say cuts, you're actually costing taxpayers so much money, but people are just like, "Oh, it's a cut. How does it cost money?" It's like it's so frustrating because like we do a tiny like, student loan debt forgiveness compared to the PP loan forgiveness, and then everybody loses their mind. It's like, "It's a giveaway." It's like, well, what is the difference between the cuts and forgive? It's so frustrating, but
I really
I
hope
do.
that was a setup, like because like the White House account
Oh,
was
I
like
know.
sniping at Marjorie Taylor Greene had her PPP loans forgiven. Like I really sincerely hope that they come after all those people for fraud because like it's not like those people stopped having income. Like they are receiving a certain amount of allotment to pay their staff presumably, and it's not like that changed.
Yeah. Like it is I think it ended right around when those $1 trillion tax cuts that Trump passed. Like that to
Yeah.
me was like when any argument about fiscal responsibility from conservatives no longer
Yeah.
held any water. You cannot be
But-
like
but-
I'm a fiscal conservative anymore if like you're giving that a pass at all.
Yeah, like it's so annoying because Democrat Democrat leadership will still trip over that, like it still exists. Like, remember the bill? It's, oh, we need to make sure the budget office to make sure that it's fiscally responsible. It's like, what? Why are you saying that? And they even said the same thing about the gay marriage equality bill that tried to pass in the House. It's like, we can't have a vote on it yet until, the budget office says that it's not going to, like, what, protecting equality? Are you fucking kidding me? It was so frustrating. And the Republicans are just, they don't care. It's like, oh, filibuster, it's so sacred. This filibuster's in our way. Break it down. It's like, what the fuck? Like, it's so frustrating. It's like, there's no principles. And that's why I think that the Republican voters really need to wake up and see that the Republican Party doesn't respect them as voters. Like they just think they're just going to vote for anybody. Like it's like you'll just vote for anybody. We don't care. It's like we'll just throw the slop out in front of them and they'll just gobble it up. We don't know why, but they're doing it anyway. Like it's that disrespectful.
I feel so much like Democrats are trying to play respectability politics with conservatives, and like we're all queer here. We know that respectability politics gets you absolutely nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, folks, if any of what we've said about Georgia seems like it's ringing true for you, I would really recommend that you get involved with what we're organizing to do today. So one of the easiest ways you can do that is by typing !map in a chat, and you should get a link that will take you to trancelculture.com. And there you'll see a map that has blue pins for every single person who has signed up to try and flip and volunteer in local, state, and national races. Then you just fill out a little form and you check the boxes to say, I'd be interested in text banking, phone banking, door-to-door canvassing, or all of the above. And then you put in some contact information, and you should be redirected from there to the Progressive Victory Discord. And I highly recommend you get involved there because they have the experience to educate you about how to get involved in volunteering. They make volunteering a lot less scary. You get to meet a lot of really cool people. I know a lot of us during the pandemic have been pretty isolated. this is a great way to make friends. This is a great way to socialize. Because guess what? You get to meet people who have similar values to you, and that's pretty neat. But
Go out there and make friends.
go out there, make friends, but also like we can like flip the governorship of a state and preserve trans rights. We can hold on to the US Senate and the US House seat. We can build power in the Georgia state legislature so that we can maybe make it less of a hellscape in the years to come. So let's fucking do it.
I don't mean to be alarmist here, but do you know what happens when we don't organize and help keep and turn Georgia blue? We get people like Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Do you want
Yeah.
more Marjorie
Do you
Taylor
want
Greenes
more of that?
rolling around?
But more powerful ones that have higher elected office.
Oh god,
Gosh.
just today I saw she kicked an activist.
What?
Yeah, she was walking
I saw
like
that.
on the street and like kicked an activist who was walking in front of her.
You mean physically kicked?
Like
I thought you meant like
no,
kicked out of a
physically kicked her.
space. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little different. Yeah.
Yep.
Ah.
So
Just casually committing assault on the public sidewalk. No worries.
Yeah, no worries. It's fine. It's not fine. Also, we have a number of other campaign commands that you can use in our chats that will be really helpful. I'm going to go through them a little bit. So we have !map and !victory. Victory just takes you to the Progressive Victory Discord if you're not already a part of it. We also have !action, which is specifically signing up for shifts to phone and text bank in Pennsylvania, which you can do from anywhere in the United States. We also have !health. Health will redirect you to a website called protecttranshealth.org. And when you're there, you can make public comment on a proposed rule change to the Affordable Care Act that would essentially make it illegal to discriminate against trans people in healthcare settings for any health services. Like, you would not be able to discriminate against a trans person by denying them the medication they need. And by the way, this, I believe, would also protect trans kids. So again, we need to get as many comments on that as possible. You can do that from anywhere in the United States. Do it right now.
I think ostensibly that's supposed to help a lot of the insurance issues where it's like, I'm legally male, but I'm getting a hysterectomy and the insurance says no. Like, this is supposed to cut back on that too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely. And I want to say that is the first action you could take right now. If you go !health and do a quick comment, that comment has to be read and it is counted as a tally in our favor. And I'm going to tell you right now, the Republicans are doing it right now on the opposite side, and it is a system that we have to win. Just go to Protect Trans Health and do it, because it really does help. And you don't have to be trans to do it either.
Yep.
Like, you can be a cis person and an ally. We need you to as much as anybody else.
Speaking of having to be a trans person, do you have to be a trans person to fill out the U.S. trans survey?
No, you don't. In fact, if you type in !survey, you can actually get access to the new and improved website that we just launched a day ago, to actually go and take the pledge to take the U.S. Trans Survey. The U.S. Trans Survey, you've probably have heard about it at some point, is particularly a report from 2015 that is the largest data set of trans people, with around 28,000 folks, trans folks who took the survey, and really gave us a strong benchmark of what the social outcomes for a trans person living in the United States are. This is a very important survey. We're launching it again for the 2022. We are going to be launching it in the middle of the month next month. And so pledge to take the survey at ustranssurvey.org or !survey to pledge to take the survey. And all the pledge does is make sure that you are on our list. So when it goes live, you get notified right away. So please take the survey, share your story. This data is used for as long as it exists. It is the survey of record for the National Institute of Health, because it is the most scientifically accurate, literate survey that exists for the trans community. So make sure you're counted, make sure your story is told. Cozy up when it comes out, because it is a long survey, because it asks pretty much every section of your life. So yeah, thank you so much, and make sure you take it. All right. We already got 30,000 pledges. Let's shatter those records. Come on.
But yeah, also, again, we're trying to get people to turn out to vote. Last time we did an organizing stream, we had over 500 people sign up. That's amazing, but now we have even more content creators here, and I hope that the folks who are tuning in tonight will also sign up and get involved, because there is a role for you regardless of your level of like social anxiety and or commitment. Like text banking can be really great if you don't want to have that voice to voice interaction. I know that I, for one, sometimes get really self-conscious about my voice, Additionally, you can phone bank if you don't feel comfortable going person to person, door to door, or you could go door to door. And you know what? If you don't feel comfortable doing any of those three things, by joining the Progressive Victory Discord, there are a number of other things that you can do. You could pitch ideas to the Progressive Victory folks to see if they think it would be effective. I know that there have been some positions open for people who want to get even more involved in areas like graphic design, in areas like writing copy to like appeal to different communities. There's a lot of different things, a lot of different ways your skills can be useful to campaigns, and that let your brain have fun with it. It's not something that's supposed to like box you in or feel bad. You like this is and can often be something that is actually fun to do.
Yeah. Could I chime in real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
So when I was starting to do the volunteer stuff, back for Bernie, like one of the biggest things for me was the feeling of nervousness that I would get when I'd want to go volunteer, and I would get ready, and it'd be like my hands on the door and I'm ready to go outside, and it's just like suddenly, oh, well, what if there's somebody there that doesn't like me, or what if people are a little bit more aggressive than I'm ready to handle, but the biggest thing to do is to just try to get past that and then just start. Once you get started, and once you are into it with other people, you can just start flowing just
Yeah.
all the time. And one of the hardest things to do is to know what to do when you want to help and volunteer and stuff. And so the Progressive Victory Discord is awesome for that, because there are so many different people here from all walks of life that have so much experience that you don't need to know what to do to help. There are people here that will tell you what you need to do to help. So that takes a little bit of the weight off of you as well. So I'm really happy that we've got this group set up and everybody working together and stuff. That's really great.
Yeah, I'm really glad too. And with that, let's move on. Unless anyone has something else to add. Okay. Let's move on to our next state, because guys, we got 3 more states to go through. We're gonna be talking about Arizona. Who wants to take it away on Arizona? So far, we've had Willow and Josie start. Maybe should we throw the hot seat at Luxander?
I was just looking at some of our notes that we have here, because I seem to recall Kari Lake coming up in the news recently, because this really hilariously dumb guy, in my opinion, called Ethan Schmidt, who got kicked out of a Pet World or Pet Smart or whatever. Yeah. So I was like, okay, this guy is an idiot, whatever. We made fun of him on stream, and then later on, it's like some article gets penned about how that guy says that oh, gay people need to be put in camps. And it's like, they were like, this guy who supports Carrie Lake said this. And I'm like, who? Oh no, someone who supports this political candidate said that. And it's like, well, okay, well, he's just some chuckle fuck. Like, I don't really care what he says. However, Carrie Lake has been the kind of person who like compares MAGA supporters to Jesus Christ. And so it's not like the kind of shit that she says like is not like, you know, relevant to that guy's goals, you know, like on the campaign trail, like there are Nazi sympathizers and white nationalists who are supporting her. And like, obviously, again, that doesn't necessarily mean that she has said anything explicitly white nationalist. But if the white nationalists are supporting you and you're not freaking out and saying, get the hell away from me, white nationalists, I think that says quite a bit about you as a person. So Carrie Lake is like, we're in a very close election right now, it looks like, with Katie Dobbs, who's the Democrat there.
Yeah, the Jesus Christ thing was like, I looked into that and I was just like, this can't be real, right? And no, she at a campaign event was like, MAGA people are like Jesus Christ because Jesus was called names but never stopped, just like MAGA.
True.
that means they're the same.
That's just like some of the most blatant pandering I've ever heard of in my entire life.
But it's like, you know, that's like me saying like, you know what, Hitler was very Christ-like because Jesus ate food and Hitler ate food. They're the same. Like, what kind of comparison is that? Right? Like, someone have you met trans people? Have you met trans people before? We get called nasty shit all the time. And I guess that makes us like Jesus too.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the brave stance and say trans people are just like Jesus Christ.
You would think that Carrie would know that trans people get called horrific names and stuff because notably, she is a hypocrite who has been friends with a drag queen for the past 25 years. She apparently calls drag performers pedophiles, despite the fact that she has had this ongoing friendship for 2 decades. So yeah, just a massive hypocrite on top of everything.
Gosh, how does her friend feel about it?
Badly.
I would assume, yeah.
The queen in question like started giving interviews with local media, calling her a hypocrite and apparently Carrie Lake even had drag performances done by her friend in her own home, in front of her kids. And also apparently has since sent a cease and desist letter to her friend of 25 years.
No.
Telling him not to stop calling me a hypocrite, essentially. I do not believe they are still friends. No, I think calling your friend a pedophile usually ends the friendship.
Yeah.
Usually.
I mean, you hope that queen has the self-respect, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
I hope. Jeez. Oh my gosh. It's gosh, and, you know, and that's the thing. It's like, you know, and you start thinking about it, like how over time the Republican base is eroding. Because like there's a really interesting thing that I was thinking about. Now this is another Josie hot take. You know how those Republican polls keep getting more and more radical? It's like 80%, 90% will support Trump. And I think it's because a lot of Republicans are leaving the party, so they're no longer a part of the polls.
I mean,
so therefore it's a smaller margin, but it seems like it's a lot of Republicans. But it's just like the active Republicans who are always calling in the Fox News that are answering the polls, because all the other, I guess, normies are like not Republicans anymore. I don't know. It's just I think that I have been saying for a long time, and this is that this election is going to really shift the way a lot of professional politics is going to work. I think a lot of things, especially with the polls and things of that nature, is that a lot of pollsters typically in an election cycle, this is the first election cycle after, or you had COVID during 2020, but there wasn't systems in place to deal with it. So the consultants were like, oh, well, that was a weird election, so we're going to do a one-off, right? But now what the pollsters and consultants don't know is there's a lot of unknown variables, right? And this is why it's so important to do political action right now, because the iron is hot and we can set political dynastic futures for the party because of the way that this is going to go. Number one major variable is that there was a mass migration of humans when they didn't want to live in a very expensive place. They went to their home. They went to another workplace. The fact that COVID killed a lot of older folks and a lot of those people weren't vaccinated, and guess what party 3-1 didn't get vaccinated. So you also have a drop off in that population, and you also have the unknown variable of what the abortion and like the radicalism, not just abortion but the radicalism of like the January 6th, and like this, and the fact that people are really pissed off that this is what their party's starting to look like. So those three variables really do make every single seat we're talking about a complete fucking toss up.
Yeah.
Because no matter what the polls are saying, no matter what the consultants are saying, they really don't know the answer because of those variables that we're talking about. And the only way we know them is after the election, when we can actually do a dissection, an autopsy of what happened in those districts. And then we'll actually be able to say how many Democrats are in this county and how many Republicans in this county, and we'll be able to get a reset. So right now, this is an opportunity to go and change somebody's mind and vote in an area that could be blue for now on when it was supposed to be red, because a lot of people moved back into town. Like, and a lot of older folks passed away. Like, that's a real thing, and I don't think people can calculate that yet.
Also,
It was truly not a winning move to tell your elderly fan base to like not get vaccinated against the deadly respiratory virus.
Yeah, not great. Also, just
But my personal freedoms.
Yeah.
I can't complain about the result.
I think Alexander mentioned this, but Carrie Lake has a history of being like buddy on the campaign trail with whack jobs, to put it nicely. Ethan Schmidt Crockett was the guy you mentioned earlier who went into like a PetSmart and like tried to heckle employees for like a Pride Month thing.
Yeah, he was like, you need to take these pride flags down because they're satanic.
Yeah. So she posed for a picture with this guy, who also, I guess, harassed a store specializing in wigs for cancer patients, because they required masks. You know, because they're catering
Normal,
to cancer,
totally normal
to cancer
stuff, yeah.
patients. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, while posing for a picture with this guy on the campaign trail, also posed for a picture with Grayson Arnold, who is a Nazi sympathizer who has said Adolf Hitler is a complicated historical figure, which many people misunderstand.
Who said that?
I mean, he did kill Hitler, so you got to give that to
I
him.
missed that. I missed that. Like, who said that?
Grayson
Now,
Arnold.
You fired me up. I'm calling. Who do I need to vote for? Go to Arizona right now and find the person who thinks Hitler is complicated and should be reevaluated in historical context. What? I'm sorry. That was a live reaction, everybody. You got it right here.
So Carrie Lake posed for a picture with these people, and then when Grayson Arnold, again, the Nazi, posted the picture on Twitter, Lake responded, "It was a pleasure to meet you two." On top of that, and, you know, maybe she didn't know. But it's also weird that there hasn't been any subsequent, like, oh, I didn't know he was a Nazi. Like there hasn't been an acknowledgement about that, which
Stand back and stand by.
kind of seems to indicate a not terrible relationship with the Nazi community. And also Lake posed for a photo with a man by the name of Ron Watkins. And people might not know who Ron Watkins is if they aren't like really deep down conspiracy rabbit holes. But he is the site administrator for a website called 8kun. And for those of you who don't know what that is, it's basically the site that Q makes his Q drops on. And also the only other thing that 8kun, well, there are two things that 8kun is known for besides that. One being its role in like Gamergate, because the people who went to 8kun basically pissed off the website 4chan so much that they got banned from posting about it on 4chan, which you have to be irritating as hell when 4chan exiles you. Okay? You have to be like the absolute scum of scum. So then they go to 8chan, that then became 8kun, and the only other thing that website is known for is for its history of hosting child pornography. And Carrie Lake posed for a picture with this guy.
Isn't it also known for having an overlap with Kiwi Farms, which we all know where that is?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
So Ron Watkins is considered like, I guess, close to some kind of like high priest of the QAnon movement. Which I feel like, given Carrie Lake's political affiliation, she knew who this guy was. I don't feel like she could have not known that one. Well, and I mean, she had dinner with him.
Yeah.
So
if you want to be considered like a professional politician, and you like want like any good self-respecting politician knows who they're having dinner with and posing with in certain places, like I can understand like somebody just like jumping in like in a line of photos and somebody's like, oh, I was just in a line of people and people were taking photos with me. But like there's so much undeniable stuff, and it's so easy. It's like, oh man, I made a mistake, I didn't mean to take a picture of this person, sucks, fuck this person. It's really easy to denounce it, right? But the fact that you can't even bare minimum say, oh my gosh, I refuse everything that this person says. This is a good opportunity to educate myself and my supporters that these people exist and I don't want them voting for me. Like those are the type of things that need to be said. But that quiet, just perceived, just I'm gonna be fine. It's fine. I didn't know. I dinner. It's just my personal life versus politics. It's like, no, they overlap. This is more than just like not knowing somebody.
Totally not pandering to that base explicitly. But you know.
Yeah. You know. Yeah. Yeah. Also, the website is known for driving the Pizzagate conspiracy theory as well. So they have a long history of violent sickos on their website.
Oh yes, that one that was totally grounded in reality with a basement that didn't exist.
Yep.
Do you all watch or listen to the podcast Reply All?
I have not heard of it. What is it?
I think the podcast is ended now. I think they just did their last episode recently. But they take a lot of these like smaller, like lesser known issues and they expand on them and give like a full history, and they talk to like all kinds of different people that were involved with it. I believe it was that podcast that did an episode on 8kun and who exactly was the ownership of the Q trip code or whatever. So it was a while back when when the election was still ongoing and all those Q drops were happening and stuff like that. There was like a brief period of time where the original Q poster dropped off for a little bit and somebody else picked it up. And so there was a dispute between people on the forum of which one was the real Q. And that Reply All episode, I think it's like 45 minutes long, but it's really good. It goes into like all the back and forth between those people and what happened there, and kind of a little bit of the origins of, 8kun and Q and where all that comes from. Just talking about it made me remember it. I thought it'd be interesting.
Do you remember which episode it is? I'd love to take a listen to it sometime. Is it the Country of Liars?
Could be. Yeah, I think it
Or
probably
QAnon
is.
Code?
Yeah, let's see. It was one of the more recent ones, I think. But I'll look for it and I'll DM it to you.
Appreciate it. I just tried to say you and it at the same time, and I said it. Someone please.
It
take
just sounded like it sounded like a Midwestern glottal stop.
Well, I'm staying true to my roots. Yeah, the race in Arizona is well, the governor race is pretty interesting, to say the least.
Did we want to talk about Blake Masters and how much he sucks going for a
Yes,
Senate seat?
please.
Is Mark Kelly the incumbent or is he the challenger?
Mark Kelly is the incumbent. Blake Masters is challenging, so it's we're trying to hold on to that Senate seat, and luckily, current polling shows that Kelly is like 8.6% ahead in the polls, but also Masters is scary, and let's get that number up as much as possible.
Well,
Yeah.
a Masters is such a joke. Go ahead, Lux. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just like, I cannot believe the audacity of this man. Like, called for the overturn of Roe v. Wade, and then like that succeeded, but then it proved to be incredibly politically unpopular, and everybody's really fucking pissed off about it. And then, so then he scrubbed all the information off of his website, and now that Lindsey Graham is doing his like attempted 15-week national abortion ban, which I knew they were going to do. I was like, Kansas won our constitutional amendment. I'm so proud of us. I was like, it does not going to matter though, because they're going to try to pass the stupid national abortion ban. So yeah, now Blake Masters just like coming in clutch, coming in like full throated, decided to just like dodge and weave about abortion. Yes, I want it gone. Oh nope, that was unpopular. Oh no, now that I think I can hop on board with Lindsey Graham again, it's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, and apparently he supported Marjorie Taylor Greene's bill attempting to criminalize doctors and mental health professionals who affirm trans youth, like, which I think that's dead in the water. Her national anti-trans youth bill.
Oh, it's been dead. She only had like 6, and then I think she got up to 14.
They're
there's
just symbolically
no way
trying to show what they will do when they have power next, basically.
Yeah, right. It's a wedge issue thing, right? Like, so if I was Leader Schumer, what I would do is I'd be like, oh, Lindsey Graham, you haven't passed a bill in a while. How about we just have a full floor vote right now with your bill that's all packaged up, ready to go? He has the power to do that. He can pull bills directly from representatives if he wants to hear it on the floor. And I would do it the last day of session. So that way, when they go and they vote on it, put them on the record to say, oh yeah, all these Republicans just voted against abortion access. So make sure you vote these people out, right? Like, that's essentially what is my dog was like trying to get the toy underneath the wheel of my chair. Like, of course that's the toy that you want. It is really amazing to see Lindsey Graham do this, and like the Republicans are pissed, right? Because the Republicans wanted to do a state by state. This is the way we're going to do abortion access, and now here we are. Like, now they're having to say, well, I don't want national abortion. It's like, but you don't support Lindsey Graham. It's like, well, of course, but it's optically a bad choice. It's a bad move, and it's like, oh, so the people that you've selected, like Mastriano, go and support bad bills because they're bad politicians. Like, what do you expect? Like,
Something
you don't.
I also find.
Go
Sorry,
ahead.
go ahead. I was going to just shift to like, I find it fascinating that they all have the same collection of beliefs too. Like, because Blake Masters has also been advocating against Obergefell Hodge, the legal marriage, gay marriage Supreme Court case. Like, so I'm just like looking over this guy's like, you know, history of the shit that he says, and I'm like, the Republicans are truly like the most unoriginal party at this point. Like, it's completely homogenized. You're against abortion, you're against trans people, especially trans kids, you're against gay marriage, like also like called for the firing of all of the US generals and called to replace them with conservative politicians like 7 separate times within the past year. Like, can these people come up with it? Like, can they just have a single original thought in their lives?
Yeah, they can't, and they don't want people to. They don't want a
absolutely.
diversity of ideas. They don't want diversity of ideas, right? Like, you talk about big tent and things like that. Like, you can completely see what the diversity of ideas got the log cabin Republicans in Texas after a 30-year fight of trying to say that the Republicans aren't that bad. The Republicans could be accepting, and they've progressively gotten less done over the last 6 years than they have over the entirety of 25 years of progress.
Weren't they finally
it
like
is,
officially disinvited from the
yeah, they were.
Republican National Convention? Yeah, like get dunked on, I guess, like gay
Yeah.
Republicans.
And you have these gay Republicans saying I was wrong, and like, there's gonna be a reckoning where all these people are like, I can't vote for the Republicans because they don't want me in their party, right? And so it's just, when you
Good.
don't have a diversity ideas, I know you got to have diversity of ideas. As much as I can't stand the Democrats, like large lefties versus like establishment corporate Democrats and things like that, there's a diversity of ideas where it's like we're all part of the same team, so we all have this idea of progress, right? But it's like we're not trying to just slash the other person's tires as we're trying to do professional politics, right?
There's like a mutual respect there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like we
we're all part of
respect
the
each
same
other.
team.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Like, I cannot stand Nancy Pelosi, but I do understand the position that she holds.
Yeah.
Right. And I understand, like, you can't just like shoot at the queen and not expect the people that follow her to be like, what the fuck? Who are you? I don't like you now forever.
Yeah.
Right. And it's
Right.
like you gotta know how to get into politics. And that's why I'm just so in favor of getting like political people in the office, like people who know the game, that they can actually weave into politics. Like, I'm kind of getting way off topic here, but like, look at AOC, right? AOC gets launched into the tower. She does a lot of really good stuff. I love her message and stuff, but she pissed so many people off by basically stabbing the person next in line and throwing him out the window after she came in. And everybody's like, hey, like, we like that guy. He was our friend. She's like, fuck all of you. You guys all suck. I'm here now. You have to listen. And everybody's like, yeah, we like that. And then they're just like, nobody trusts her because she's new and she tried to make everybody mad. So like me or another political factors are just like, oh, I'm going to go work for a nonprofit for a decade nationally and make all the friends and then go in the door. Like, it's a very different way of being, right? And but talking about the Republicans have got in, and there was enough of them that busted in at the same time that the Republicans have lost who they are. And Doug Mastriano is exactly that person. That is completely lost direction, thinks abortion is a good issue to run on, thinks it's a good idea to completely alienate trans people, thinks it's a good idea to be openly religious and wanting a theocracy in a sense in a lot of ways. Like, this is what you get. And now we're going to let the astronaut keep his seat, right? And we got to make sure that we continue to fight and do organizing to make sure an actual astronaut, like a person who actually went and served the country, married to a congresswoman who literally shot in the head, serving her country, giving a speech, that person needs to stay in office. Like
Gabby
that's how it
Giffords?
goes.
Was that her name?
Gabby Giffords, yeah. And that's his wife. And he's an astronaut. And like, we need to make sure, think about how easy that phone call is. Yeah, I'm here to support, the fucking astronaut, like, versus the dumbass that's never done anything valuable in his entire fucking life, trying to take away your wife's or the person or the person's reproductive care, right? Like, this is like, beyond the pale of reality. And this is why I talk about we're striking when the iron's hot here right now with these ways to be or an organizer, because this is an opportunity to really just, I mean, you could not get a more clown car group of people that have put themselves in like a knife's edge race. Like, this is an opportunity for us to actually transel them, because like we really will. Like, these, like, you're talking about 500 people joined last time because of this. Let's make it 1,000 this time.
Yeah.
Like, we're actually gonna make a difference, and that's why we should do it. So make sure exclamation point victory, exclamation point map is the way you can.
Oh, I think you muted yourself.
You muted
Jeff.
yourself, honey.
Oh, my keyboard does things. I apologize. I was like exclamation point map, and I like literally pressed it on my keyboard when it was ready.
But especially in Arizona, like, I mean, we've already talked about a couple of things going on in Arizona. Like, you know, people who live there can campaign, and also like you can do the phone and text banking from anywhere in the U.S. because like it's not just like, all right, we already talked about Carrie Lake is the Republican who we're trying to beat out. We need to support Katie Hobbs instead, and then we also have like Senator Mark Kelly trying to protect that seat against Blake Masters, who, as we have thoroughly established, is one of the least original Republicans, because they are all just cookie cutter now. But there's like a lot of other smaller races in Arizona, like House races are going on. We're having a possibility to flip one of the House seats to like the person who's currently sitting is David Schweikert. That's a fantastic last name. Versus
he's
Jevin
vile.
Hodge. Yeah, he's terrible.
vile. He is currently being sued by his political opponent, Jevin Hodge, for running attack ads against Hodge for explicitly just for being gay. Also, the poll.
Oh no!
The current polling.
What do
is
you
neck and
expect
neck.
for the guy who mocked trans people after the Pulse nightclub shooting?
Yeah.
literally, like, is awful. He posted an image on social media, essentially mocking trans people. Like, President Kennedy put a man on the moon. Obama put a man in the ladies' room.
Oh my
Like-
god.
Like, it's as like,
It's-
haha. So some of my constituents sent me this amusing image.
Oh yeah, that's right. And you know, it's funny because character type of trans people, right? Like, it's like the same way they used to characterize Black people with, like, you know, with the dramatic different character types of people. So when you see a trans woman, they always look like that South Park character that's like
Mhm.
super muscly and bearded and stuff like that. Like, it is so gross that they're still in the mindset of like poking fun at somebody that may or may not conform with the social construction of what a person's supposed to look like, and then all of a sudden they just lose their mind and make a joke. It's like, haha, hee hee. It's like, what the fuck? Like,
Haha,
people-
person different.
Why are we laughing at people? I know.
I just had a brain blast while you were talking. Do you guys remember the weird strain of like transphobia around the Obamas?
Oh, about how
Yes.
Michelle Obama was a man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like for years people were saying Michelle Obama was a man because she had like toned arms.
Oh my god.
Like, that was
Like,
that was the argument. She had
I
like
honestly think this has been going for a while,
Oh
though.
my
Like, I mean,
God.
Hillary Clinton has been accused of being a man. There's like jokes about her like secretly having balls. Like, it's weird because it's both that and the accusation of lesbian. Like, lesbian not necessarily meaning like a woman who has sex with women, but like just
Right.
meaning like a mannish woman who is out of her role as a woman, like basically politically speaking.
yeah.
Oh yeah, and those
Yeah.
trans investigators still go after Obama.
They're going
Oh,
after
they
the royal
still do.
family now. It's so funny.
Wait,
Yeah, they
what?
think
Oh my
every
gosh.
single member of the
The
royal family
trans
is trans.
investigators, yeah.
Wait, what is
That's
what is the
amazing.
Every
trans
single one.
investigators?
They just try to clock everybody. They just take like they're like this actress tranny, like, yeah, that's just what they do.
Oh god, we're on Twitch.
Nicole Kidman was trans the other
Yeah,
day.
yeah. There was on Twitter recently. There was comparing Calvin Klein ads from 2020 to 1992, or 2022 to 1992, and 2022 very body positive, queer positive, trans positive. Hell yeah. 1992, it was Mark Wahlberg and Nicole Kidman, and I saw a post from these transvestigators of doesn't matter, they're all trans. Mark and Nicole
Yeah.
Kidman are apparently trans.
Oh yeah.
Wait. So these are people who just like go through their
Nicole Kidman's back.
The Q angle. The Q angle.
Oh,
The Q angle.
okay. So
They
these are
just
people
look at
who
photos. Yeah, they're just
just-
like they're clocking you in your individual features.
do they do that to everyone in like their like meat space lives? Like, are they walking around being like, what if my girlfriend's secretly trans and never
They
told
really
me?
talk about how
Oh,
it's like
they
ruining
are
their
thinking
ability to
about
be in
that.
public. Like they're
Oh
like,
my
I was in the
God.
They-
bathroom and I saw one.
They're straight up people when that makeup model that got outed who was trans. There was a lot of people, I can't remember her name. She got outed, but she came out as a trans woman, but she didn't even tell her partner that she was a trans woman. She was very, very stealth about it.
Was
And
it Nikki Tutorials?
yeah, Nikki Tutorials. And
Mm.
and she was huge YouTuber, got outed as a trans person because of these transvestigators bullshit stuff. And then after she came out, there was like an insurge of like boyfriends trying to investigate to make sure that their girlfriends weren't pulling the same situation on them. Like it is
It's-
a real thing. Cis men really do suspect their
It's-
girlfriends sometimes.
It's so sad, but also really funny at the same time. Like,
Yeah.
like because they're also the people who are like, sweaty. We can always tell. We can always tell. 100%
Always
accuracy. You can't.
Like,
And
I
one of my
tell.
favorite
I
things
was-
about hanging out with trans femmes is that everyone's gonna assume that I'm also trans femme because of my being with you all.
Yeah.
Like, I'm so-
Yeah. No, I was at the doctor getting all my medical appointments, preparing for my bottom surgery. Anyways, yeah, I know. Poof. But everybody in the staff was like, they continued to ask, is like, are you expecting, or you think you might be? I'm like, no, I'm
Like,
not.
I don't think
They're like,
so.
okay. And then like I went to another room and they asked me the same thing. I was like, a record is right in front of you, and they just don't even do it. They don't even look at the record. They just look at the person and they just ask the questions that they're programmed to ask. And they're
Oh,
just
they
like, bloop,
do.
bloop, 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 bloop.
The last time, not the last time I had surgery, but the time before that, when I had surgery, I went in and they were doing their intake form, their intake questions, and they asked me when my last period was. Yeah, it was for my orchiectomy.
Oh.
Like, do you know what I'm here for? I'm sorry.
Yeah. They asked me when my cycle was, when I was there to get my testicles removed.
Oh god.
Let me tell you, never felt so is fish? Is that
So
is that still
fish,
still a
yes.
term? Never felt so fish.
Oh my god.
Is fish still a term? I feel like I haven't heard that one in a while.
I don't know.
I don't think the
don't-
teenagers know
back.
about that one.
Yeah, it's coming back. Yeah.
I'm not deep
Coming
enough
back,
on TikTok
never
to
felt
know.
so dull. Is that
You gotta
that's
know
the new
drag
one, right?
ladies
That's
for
a good one,
fish.
yeah.
So anyway, politics.
No, I'm just gonna. Yeah, politics. I just got rated by Jimmy's. Like, hi everybody, hello.
by who? So,
Jimmy
Jo-
Snow.
Jimmy
Josie,
Snow.
You've been
He's my
cutting
buddy.
in and out.
Oh, have I? I'm sorry.
you're-
I need to
you're
change my
audio.
mic here. Let me change my mic.
He's your buddy.
Yeah, I've been friends with him. Actually, like I subscribed to his channel when he had like 700 subscribers, and now he has like 300,000 subscribers.
Wow.
God damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like we got some big fish. here.
Yeah. So this is a perfect opportunity to say what we're doing here. You know, I was trying to introduce myself, but I was like, just got another set of amazing people coming in from an amazing community. So let's talk about what we're here for.
Yeah. So folks, we are here. We are Trancel culture. We are organizing to get people out to volunteer for progressive races around the country, around the United States, at the local, state, and national levels. So we're talking about different swing states and districts where people can volunteer to make like the most difference in at basically every level of politics. It's really great. We just finished talking about Arizona, and we have an opportunity to flip the governorship of Arizona. If we can hold a U.S. Senate seat, that might make the difference between being able to protect trans rights and not being able to protect trans rights. We also have the opportunity to gain seats in the U.S. House, and we might be able to even flip the state legislature in Arizona. We're going to be talking, we've already talked about races in Georgia and in Pennsylvania, and we're going to be talking about races in North Carolina and Wisconsin coming up here. But in every one of our chats, you can type !map, and that will send you to trancelculture.com. You'll get a link for that. And there you can see a map, an interactive map of basically indicating how many people we've gotten signed up to volunteer across the United States. It's really, really great just to visualize and know that you are joining a large community of people who are just trying to make a difference and trying to make the world a better place. And on top of that, you can then go through and fill out a form with basic contact information and what you're interested in doing. Are you interested in just text banking? Maybe phone banking for a campaign? Or maybe you're willing to like actually turn out in person and go door to door canvassing. You can check all three if you would like. And then you'll be redirected to Progressive Victory 2022, where we have knowledgeable, experienced people who have worked on multiple political campaigns, who are putting decades of political experience at your disposal to like help walk you through what does volunteering for a campaign entail, how to be effective at it, how to make it less scary or less nerve-wracking, and it gets you plugged into a community of people who are all really, really cool. So if you're interested in helping to protect trans rights, which I hope you are if you're watching our channels, !map in chat and click the link to go to trancelculture.com and sign up. We also have a number of other commands that are active right now, such as the !health command, where essentially we need people to make public comment on a proposed rule change to the Affordable Care Act. Essentially, that would make discrimination against LGBTQ people in healthcare illegal. And frankly, that needs to happen. It's kind of surprising that it's not against the rules right now. But basically, if we get enough people to make positive public comment, we will be able to ensure that trans people can get their medications, can have access to mental health professionals, can get access to surgery, all that stuff. It's really, really important, actually, for you to go there and make a comment. And that's something you can do right now while you're watching stream. So those are the two biggest things, I think, right? Yes?
Yeah, and if you're, did you say the survey?
I'm tossing it over to you to do the survey.
Oh, okay. And
it's your
also,
baby.
yeah, it is mine. So you can actually go !survey, and you will get a link that will send you to the U.S. Trans Survey. So if you're trans, non-binary, gender non-conforming, or think you might be, the U.S. Trans Survey is definitely for you. We have about 30,000 people who have already pledged to take the survey, and big news, we're actually launching the survey mid-month next month in October. So it's happening. So that's an opportunity for you to share your stories and tell us what it's like in your neck of the woods. Tell us what your experience as a trans person is. So you can say, hey, my story was part of the U.S. Trans Survey. Like, that's so cool. I'm so excited. So please do it.
Yeah.
Like, how many of you were not even out yet in 2015, you know? First chance to participate.
Right?
There you go. Oh, I feel
All of
old now.
us.
But yeah, in 2015, I was just coming out to myself. But yeah, we have so many things that you can do. And also, if you maybe you're not interested in text banking or phone banking or canvassing, but you have some other skill that you want to put to use for the different campaigns around the country. The folks that we're working with, Progressive Victory 2022, they are pretty great at being able to match you with a campaign that might have needs. So if you're like into graphic design, if you are into like writing, communications, all that stuff, there are campaigns that we can hook you up with that will like put those skills to use. Okay. So that's what we're here to do. And last time we did this, we got over 500 people to sign up. And guys, I cannot emphasize enough to you that like 25 people signing up is a big is a big deal. Like each one of you has the potential to reach hundreds, if not 1,000+ people. Okay.
Yeah.
And that literally changes not just local elections, but state elections, and in some cases, national elections. All right. So the more of you who sign up to volunteer, the more we can possibly swing some of these districts that currently look on the edge, right? Districts that are being like beaten by like 2 points right now, like you can make that difference. You can. It's honestly like you being here and giving your eyeballs to this this organizing stream already means that you're more motivated than the average US non-voter. And showing up to someone's door to get them to tell them how important it is for them to vote, that does so much good. And I'm not being hyperbolic here. Could mean the difference between trans people in your community having rights or not having rights.
Yeah,
and that's a big deal.
It is a huge deal. And when we're talking about professional organizers here, you don't have to go and find these doors. They give you a list and you go and talk to the people who are most receptive to hearing your message. So it's not like you're going to talk to the most diehard, staunch supporters on the other side. You're talking to people who are leaning or thinking about it, maybe not even thinking they might vote. So these conversations are super fun and super memorable. I can tell you so many amazing stories that I've had on the campaign trail, knocking door to door, and so many cool things that happen. And it's great. It's great to go and talk at a dinner table and say, "Oh my gosh, let me tell you this conversation I had with you." It's great. It's great story making material. I know a lot of you have trouble breaking the ice. All right. Go get some stories to break the ice. Say, hey, let me tell you right now, my day was wild. I talked to this person who didn't even know there was an election this year. Like, that's the type of conversations that you need to have with people. And they're fun and engaging.
Yeah, and the other thing is, you made a really good point earlier, Josie, when you talked about like when you make inroads with one person, it also makes it a lot more likely that not just that person, but the rest of their household will vote in a given direction, right? Because, hey, none of us live in a bubble, outside of probably really rare circumstances. We live in communities, like we know people, and changing one mind often helps change other minds. So, getting out there, talking about how important this is, really, really makes a difference. And yeah. With that, I think it's time for us to move on to talk about North Carolina. Who wants to take that one?
This was going to be one of our opportunities to either have people dip or bring in new people, and I am tired and I have to wake up at 6:30 in the morning.
Okay. Where can people find you, Luxander?
I'm on YouTube. I don't stream on Twitch. I have my own website also. So luxander.net is actually the place where you can go to find all my links, all my social media, all that stuff. I talk about politics. That's why I'm here being active with these fine folks. and also just generally trying to make good vibes happen in the world, because the world's a bad place. So yeah, come hang out if you want me to like distill 2.5 years of therapy into stream sessions occasionally, because that's something that we love to do.
Hell yeah.
Alexander, I come to your stream every so often, and it's always the chillest environment. I love it so much. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Aaron. I appreciate you. Yeah, thank you all. I'm gonna dip from the call and say goodnight to my stream, and then go to
Bye.
sleep. Bye.
Get good sleep.
It was so nice meeting you.
Good to meet you all too.
I think I am also going to step out for the evening. I have some dishes and laundry and stuff that I need to take care of before folks get home tonight. So,
Sounds good. Where can people find you, Aaron?
AaronGreen.tv. That's where all my socials are, and eventually I'm going to have a streaming website and everything set up there. But for right now, it's just a set of links.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate it, and hopefully we see you at the next one.
Oh yeah, I'll be around for sure. So thanks for having me, y'all. Have a great night.
Good night. Get good sleep.
Oh, too late. Darn it.
I've been seeing some questions in chat from people living outside the United States.
Yes.
And just as an FYI, I believe you can still volunteer if you are outside the U.S.
Volunteer, yes.
Volunteer,
The
yes. Donate, no.
Donate, don't you dare.
Yeah.
And definitely one of those things. Definitely don't accept any pay from anybody in the United States. Don't do that either.
No.
But no, yeah, like, you're just making phone calls. If you can make phone calls to the United States, cool.
I have a memo from the Progressive Victory lawyers that is forthcoming to clarify this issue a bit more. And I'll read it off when it comes through. But there are things you can do if you do not live in the United States. So just keep that in mind. And we'll move on to talk about North Carolina. Josie, can you take that one away?
Yeah, let me pull up those handy dandy talking points that I have access to. Thank you for that and all the work that goes into this.
No problem.
So
They're kind of
North
lifesavers.
Yeah, they are. So I'm just thanking the creator of these, because this is awesome and it makes the show go real smooth. Peek behind the curtain. All right. Anyways, a chance to flip. We have a chance to flip a Senate seat against Cherry Beasley, Democrat, versus Ted Budd. Biden lost this district by 1.3%, but the area has been shifting slowly blue. And it's a really important seat for us to be able to snag, because this would be a very interesting turn of events to taking this seat in North Carolina. It'd be unexpected, and it hit really close to home to a lot of those Republican strongholds, like Lindsey Graham, for example. It's right next door. So the fact that Biden only lost by 1.3% shows that a lot of people probably weren't in on Trump, and they weren't in on the MAGA type of situation that was happening to the country. So knowing that it's a 1.3 then really shows that there is a huge possibility of making this seat blue and actually holding it for quite a while if the trend continues. But I'm sure you have some really cool stuff, because I know Ted Budd is a complete jerk and he sucks. So, Jack, please tell us how much of a terrible human this man is.
Well, and just to reiterate how big of a difference you can make by getting involved, Cherry Beasley is currently polling ahead of Budd, which is great. But only by 0.4%. Like, we're getting into hundreds of votes territory. You getting out the vote, you by yourself, one person starting volunteering next week till election day could actually get enough votes to shift that election. So just keep that in mind. Also, Trump does have current plans to campaign for Budd coming up here, so that makes it more likely that the polls are going to shift in favor of Bud in the coming week or so.
Maybe we'll
Yep,
see.
we'll
Like,
see.
because it's like one of those things where it is so close, hundreds of votes or even more. Like I like to bring this example up where I was asked to be a poll watcher for on the Democratic side of an election in the small city council seat out in a suburb of San Diego, and that candidate that was the Democrat lost by one vote. One
my
vote
God.
where thousands of elections were counted. I was sitting there watching the election ballots as they were going through while people were saying, was that intentional? Does that mark need to be like where they literally had to meticulously look, and it's a really interesting system where you're like have a observer on the other side and one observer on the other side, and you have the poll counter counting it all, making sure that it's all above board. But when we talk about these races being so close, like we are still in a democracy where one vote could turn the entire election. So if you were the one that made that, hour long or 30-minute phone bank that you decided to do, and you turned somebody in North Carolina or said, hey, North Carolina person, this is where you can vote. And that person's like, I didn't even know that's where I vote. I'm going to go and vote. And then all of a sudden North Carolina wins by one vote. You are a hero.
Absolutely.
That you can tell stories to your grandkids about that time that you volunteered and helped a North Carolina person win by one vote. That could
Yep.
be you. I
And-
have faith that could be you.
And not only that, this particular race would be an excellent, excellent story to tell about how you shifted that one vote to end Ted Budd's political career. Because as Josie was alluding to, Ted Budd is a bad, bad man.
Yes, he is.
He's possibly like, as I was doing research, I was just like, wow, this guy is just evil. He literally voted to prevent $890 million in funding that was supposed to go to services designed to prevent child abuse. So you know how Republicans like to play the game of like, oh, but think of the children. All of these kids in school are going to be irreparably harmed by transgender ideology. But the kids who are actually being abused, fuck them. Like Ted
Yeah.
Budd literally looked into the camera and just said, "Fuck them kids."
Oh yeah. I mean, winning election strategy, right? And people why the election so close. Right. And the reason that Sherry is actually pulling ahead is because this person's scum. And this is a real good opportunity in a race this close to be able to get rid of scum, because this is who this person is. Getting this person to be a US senator in our system is horrific. We cannot have another Lindsey Graham. We can't have another Rick Scott, because that's what Ted Budd would be. And that is not what we need right now.
Well,
We have an opportunity to make it and win.
It's not just what Ted Budd would be, it's what Ted Budd is right now. He's the incumbent.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He's
so trash.
He took $5,000 from big oil companies to vote against legislation that would have lowered gas prices and prevented price gouging at the pump. If you're in North Carolina and you've been angry about high gas prices, that's literally Ted Budd's fault. And he did it for $5,000. Like he can be bought, and he can be bought cheap.
This happening, of course, while all across the states, the South. This is a picture that I took at the gas pump earlier this week. These things are real.
Oh my god.
These are absolutely just things you can see on gas pumps complaining about gas prices. When you have people like Bud who will get bought by oil companies to prevent lowering gas prices for honestly nothing. Do you think Bud gives a shit about $5,000?
No.
That's
Pocket
such a
change
good
to somebody
point.
like that.
For especially true because this is another huge scandal, but he was involved in a bankruptcy like fraud scheme that essentially defrauded all of the farmers in North Carolina out of $50 million. It was essentially $50 million that was intended to go to struggling farmers, that he instead funneled from the state's coffers into his own family's farm, to get as much money as possible out of the system. He is like, to him, yeah, $5,000, nothing when he's out there stealing $50 million.
And getting away with it.
And getting away with it, yeah.
And you know what's so funny about that too is like they steal money. They're so fraudsters and they're so bad at it that now that there's so many of them and like now fraudsters are like running their banks. So like when you look at like Rick Scott is the president of Republican National Senate Committee, and now they're wondering and scratching their head is like, where did $181 million go? We need that money for the end. And they're like, oh, that money's gone. That money, just pull money from Oz. Like Oz is gonna lose. Just take his money. Like we can move it other places. And it's just like, this is a scam, and now they're scamming each other, and they're all con artists and fraudsters, and it's just the name of the game.
Yeah, I mean, like,
everything's a grift.
He
Everything
funneled like $50 million into his own family's bank accounts, and then when he was caught, his family settled with the state, but they agreed to pay back only half of the money. So they literally came out with tens of millions of dollars for breaking the law, and they don't have to say that they were criminals. Like, as a result of the settlement, no wrongdoing needs to be admitted there. Like, they literally steal tens of millions of dollars and get away with it, and then like, but oh gosh, if someone walks out of a gas station with a candy bar, that's real crime right there.
Life in prison. That is a cold criminal right there.
Life in prison at a place where they can be put to work
and
as slave labor.
And if you aren't getting life, you're at least getting right the, like, you know. And this is what it is. It's like these it's beyond parody at this point. Like they're literally taking your rights away and then saying, oh, but like that doesn't affect me. I can steal $50 million, but you have to pay more money at the gas tank because I am going to blame it on Biden. And that's going to completely convince the entire state of North Carolina that that's what's actually happening right now. And what you're starting to see is Sherry's actually showing a huge surge because people are getting fed up with it. And maybe North Carolina has some really good polling to show that it actually is very close. But it is very close.
It is very close.
You cannot give it to it. You cannot count an incumbent out. You cannot count an incumbent out.
Yeah, from the current polling I've seen, it's anywhere between 0.5% to 1% in favor of Beasley. It is real close. So getting as many people out there as possible on the ground will hopefully make that lead a bit more commanding. But yeah, like Ted Budd, like it just keeps getting worse with this guy. Like he co-sponsored the national abortion ban that Lindsey Graham is trying to get through. He doesn't believe that LGBTQ people should have any civil rights. He's literally on record as like saying LGBTQ people don't need civil rights. Why would queer people need civil rights?
So I'm gonna go ahead and say my chat said something so good I have to share it.
You're cutting in and out a lot.
Am I?
Yeah.
How on my
only
stream
heard,
am I cutting out?
half of what you said.
Okay, can you hear me now? Because I've already changed everything on my end.
I
Can you hear
can
me?
hear you.
Oh, okay, sorry. So one of my chatters just said something really fun about, as a rule, don't vote for somebody with the name Ted. Teds can't be trusted. Ted Cruz, Ted Bundy, Ted Kaczynski, and Ted Budd. They're
True.
all super sus. So you know what? We're just gonna, since Republicans don't need facts and evidence, I'm gonna say there's correlation between all of them.
Yeah, I mean, do we have evidence that Ted Budd isn't Ted Bundy? I mean,
Yeah.
Bundy, Bud.
Yeah, right. It's a complete rebrand. Maybe he got out and is now rebranded as a Republican politician because nobody would suspect that he's vile and villainous because he's just a Republican politician. They're all like that.
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
God.
Okay, so you want to move on to the next seat?
Yeah, let's take a look. The state legislature in North Carolina is another one of those states where it's not exciting. Like, there aren't a ton of opportunities to flip anything, but we need to get people out to vote because I mean, like, North Carolina's lieutenant governor is out there calling homosexuality and trans people and like kids be sorry, let me start that over. North Carolina's lieutenant governor is out there calling the teaching of kids that it's okay to be gay or trans as the proliferation of degenerate filth. And when confronted about it in an interview on local television, he's like, look, I say what I believe. You know, and a lot of people think the same way in this state. Essentially, just going, yeehaw, fuck them queer people. All right,
Man, I'm a Republican and I do love me a straight shooter. Doesn't matter what it actually is.
Yep.
Right.
And when he was like asked, well, what do you think about people who call this like bigotry or potentially hate crimes? He's like, I'm a black man. that like
Fill in your own
essentially,
blank.
How could I be bigoted? I'm black. And it's pretty awful. We need to get the vote out down there. Because it's another one of those states where we need to prevent a Republican supermajority, unfortunately.
Yeah.
All of these state offices that are currently in play are Democrat, and it's looking scary. So we need to get people out there to volunteer and go door to door and phone bank and text bank if we want to make sure that Republicans can't just overrule the governor and get any policy they want through. Because frankly, you know what? I don't like having to like say to my girlfriend, hey, let's go someplace, and then we spend like 2 hours trying to figure out where in the United States it's safe for me to travel. You know, like that sucks. That just sucks. I don't want to have to do that.
And you know, these small congressional seats, I mean, they're congressional seats, right? And they're all important. But like when we're talking about these knife edge races like this, like we could lose the House, right? Like that's not a not possibility. So these like races that are on the knife edge, we have an ability to scoop them all up right now before the next presidential election, which will give us probably more seats because Democrats usually turn out better for general elections. Presidential elections. So because of that, that's going to help us do even more, win more Senate seats in the next cycle. And we cannot lose the plot with the fact that the Republicans should be beating us really bad right now. Like statistically, how historically it goes, the president in power's party loses in the United States. And the fact that we are like winning in areas we didn't think we were, and that we're on the knife edge in places like North Carolina, Like right now in this off-season election with Joe Biden as president and we might win North Carolina, like that should get you excited to go bang on some doors. Like, you know, because that is some amazing historical stuff that history books talk about the time the United States politically changed. Like that's where we are territory if we flip, not only maintain the House, win seats in the House, and then take 4 or 5 seats in the Senate as well. Like, I mean, that's political ground, like future for the United States moving.
And maybe it's doomsaying. Well, not really doomsaying, but maybe it's caving into fear mongering here. But like, it really seems like we're at kind of a pivotal point where it's going to be written in the history books of how the politics changed in the U.S. if we win these places, or how it shifted in a really, really bad way if we lose these places. Maybe once every 100 years kind of bad way, if you catch my drift.
Yeah. It's honestly, the best way to handle doomerism and like dooming about our current state of politics is to roll up your sleeves and like get to work trying to change it.
Get to work, exactly.
I know that doesn't sound super satisfying. I know there's like a wing of folks in the that are part of the left who get really disillusioned about like voting, but like it's not just voting. Like if you can't organize people to do a relatively simple thing, which is turn out to vote, you're not going to be able to organize them to do anything else that's more complicated. Like it takes way more work to do something like a general strike than it does to turn up to vote. If you want people to be able to collaborate and work together on bigger societal changes to make the world a better place, you gotta be able to do this first.
Absolutely.
And so I know that it can be tempting to doomer, but the best way that we can kind of use that nervous energy is to go out and do something, to use our platforms, use our voices however we can, and to, while in the process, build community that we can rely on in the future. Because ideally, folks, this collaboration with Progressive Victory doesn't go away after the midterms. We continue rolling this snowball down the mountain until it becomes an avalanche. We keep going into 2024.
And remember, a knockdown's not a knockout. You can get up and keep fighting.
Organizing is a muscle, right? It's a muscle. Like you got to do it. You got to, just like going out and it's hard those first couple to get your shoes on and run, right? And then eventually what happens, get in the groove of it, it's like, oh, running's not so bad. I actually kind of like it. Oh, I actually want to run all the time. Oh, I better run all the time, right? And it really is like that with organizing, where it's like, oh, I knocked on some doors. That was really scary and that was hard, but now it actually wasn't so bad. And then you do it again, and then you do it again, and then all of a sudden you're grabbing the clipboard, going out the door and training somebody now. Like it really is like a muscle. And this is a great opportunity for you to have like your own personal trainer. When you go into Progressive Victory, when you go to IMAP, you're going to be able to go in there and be like, hey, I don't know what this gym equipment is. Can you tell me? And be like, yeah, this is what a phone bank is. This is what Canvas is. This is what a petition is. This is what we're doing right now. And there's so many different ways to do it. This candidate needs graphics. Can you do some quick graphics on social media? This candidate doesn't have any social media. Do you want to run a media channel? Like there are so many opportunities and so many places that we have gaps to fill. And we want to make sure that you're involved in all of that, because this is a great opportunity. When I started volunteering, I literally went to a campaign and I was like, hey, I want to do something. And they're like, oh, okay, here is the phone bank and go ahead and get started. And that's what they told me to do too. So this is professional level work, right? Like this isn't like, oh, they just want me the phone bank. It's like, no, they want you to be a better organizer, right? They want you to be stronger so you can train others to do it. I've been working in politics for almost 12 years now. And it's something that I am very proud of, but I started with the clipboard in my hand, knocking on doors. I started grabbing a phone and making phone calls to complete strangers. Like that's where I started, and that's where everybody starts. Just like the fastest runner, just like the strongest person, everybody starts off at a point where they don't know what the hell's going on. So this is an opportunity for you to get a trainer so you know how to organize in the best ways possible.
Exactly. So we have, I believe, 2-ish more races to go through here in North Carolina. We have, in North Carolina specifically, we have a major change to the district map as a result of redistricting. So there are new districts at play for the U.S. House that haven't been in play before, right? So one of those races is Wiley Nickel versus Bo Hines. Bo Hines is another just kind of a cheap populist knockoff. I believe people were making fun of him because he kept posting pictures with bigger and bigger guns on social media. Like he had like an anti-tank rifle in one of, like it was just like getting ridiculous. People were making fun of him a lot. But also he believes that if any colors associated with LGBTQ people are in the classroom, that it constitutes indoctrination. And thus any of those queer colors need to be banned from classrooms.
Better throw out your 8 packs of Crayola crayons.
No, just the colors associated with those flags.
Of course.
Yeah.
So half of your
Oh my gosh. It really,
crayons.
think about how wild that is. They literally want color from children.
Yeah.
Like they it's like, you know what, they talk about how funny the straight flag is, and it's like it's just gray and white. Well, this is why you get a gray and white freaking straight flag, because, or black and white one, whatever it is, it's the ugliest flag that exists. But this is what you get. You get a school devoid of creativity, and you are literally just making a gray landscape for your kids to learn in. Like, that's not a great environment for a child to use their exploration and creativity. I mean, I can't believe we're talking about actual legitimate people about to get elected into office.
Yeah.
Like, like this is so alluring.
Colors? What the?
I know.
Right?
Color.
So one bit of good news in this race is that the last 3 polls have shown that Nickel has been gaining on Hines, basically starting from like being 10 points down, like 10% below Hines in the polls, to the most recent poll showing Nickel up by 4%. So Biden also won this district during the 2020 election by 1.7%. So the hope is that Nickel, who seems to be running a pretty solid campaign, is being able to capitalize off of the leftward shift of the district. But we need as many people to show up, if for no other reason than to protect the use of color in children's classrooms. Do you want your children to be able to color when they're at kindergarten? Then I don't know, maybe show up to canvas for Wiley Nickel.
Are we going to have a book burning situation here, where it's all science books and any merchandise from Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon?
Yeah. I mean, like, how demented, like, how twisted is your brain where you think colors are turning your kid gay? Like, it's just, or trans. It's like the coloring books, that's where they're getting gayed. And it's like, it's just like, it's like how twisted your idea of your own self-identity, that you think that it's so fragile that just the slightest color splash on the wall is going to make you a homosexual or a trans person, is, I don't know what kind of level of bonkers that is.
Please, we all know it's from watching But I'm a Cheerleader when you're like 12.
Oh yeah, that's
also,
fair.
I saw something on TikTok just yesterday where somebody was actually. Sorry.
I just want to read his tweet so we can make fun of him for that one last time.
Okay, perfect.
This is his tweet on it. The fact an educator used LGBTQ themed flashcards to teach preschool children colors is despicable. This person isn't a teacher. They're a woke activist and shouldn't be teaching. Parents should be the decision makers when it comes to what their children are taught. Period. It's somehow worse when I looked at what the actual wording was.
Up yours, woke moralists.
Oh
Jesus
my God.
Christ.
Wow.
Uh,
Like, it's such a broken mindset. Like, colors. They're afraid of colors. And they used to call us fucking snowflakes and that facts don't kill about your feelings. We are in a universe right now where there's legitimate Republicans running for Congress that literally think colors are out to get your kids. Like, you can't make that
How is
up.
this even? How is this real? How is this real? And I saw what I was saying. I saw something on TikTok yesterday where somebody had made a video in response of somebody saying, I was all about you as a content creator until I saw your woke T-shirt, and it was actually just Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon. That's it.
Okay, I'm confused. Is it?
Fellas, is it gay to understand prisms?
Is it? Oh God. I who discovered the light spectrum? Who did that? Who was the one who used prisms?
Newton.
Newton? There weren't any
was
gays
Newton.
until Isaac Newton. Isaac Newton created the gays by using the first prism. It's all part of the gay agenda.
It's all part of the gay agenda. Pink Floyd knew. Like, Pink Floyd
Fellas,
is now
is it
the
gay to
mastermind.
observe gravity, like the first gay Isaac Newton.
Fellas, is it gay to be hit on the head by an apple asking for a friend?
The answer is obviously yes. Apples are gay as hell. Come on. You know why? Because apples are given to teachers and teachers give crayons to kids. It makes sense now. I understand. I can think like them now. I figured it out.
Well, an
Teachers are
apple,
all woke activists.
an apple connects to the company Apple. Oh my God! It's a conspiracy by Steve Jobs to gay the nation, and Steve Jobs came from an immigrant family. So the
Smartphones make
immigrants
gay.
are invading, and 5G is turning us all gay. It makes sense.
It makes sense. It's all connected. We can connect every conspiracy theory now because we know how Republican mind works. Just make shit up and then
Fun
just
fact,
claim it as
there
fact.
is actually strong evidence that Isaac Newton was gay.
Ooh, that's some history that I want to read.
Neat.
Same.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, math is gonna make the kids gay. It's physics.
Apple's
The
logo
law
used to be
of
rainbow colored.
the law of thermodynamics. You get close to it, gay.
That's true.
Like, it's like for every gay action, there's an equal and positive straight person being gayer. That's how it works. The fourth law.
The other race to pay attention to for U.S. House seats is North Carolina's 1st District, which is between Don Davis and Sandy Smith. And you thought Bo Hines was crazy. Sandy Smith has been accused by multiple ex-husbands of attempted murder. So
Straight up murder. That's a new one.
Yeah, no,
Let's
like,
elect a Republican murderer.
Well, you know how Herschel Walker just said he wanted to do a murder. her ex-husband Randy Allman, who she was married to from 1995 to 2001, alleges that not only was she physically abusive, frequently taking swings at him, regularly punching him, but also that she eventually escalated by trying to run him over with a car.
Wow.
Her ex-husband Eric Goranson wrote in a court filing that on one occasion Smith woke him up in the middle of the night by bashing his face repeatedly with an alarm clock.
Wow.
Wasn't this the same Sandy Smith that was also there on January 6th?
Yep. She was present on January 6th for the insurrection. And her daughter also filed a protective order against her in 2012 because of the domestic abuse. She's literally tried to murder people.
That's wild.
Um,
Like, oh my gosh. If this does motivate you to like prevent another Marjorie Taylor Greene for getting into office, like this is our opportunity to do that.
And like one of the good things about this is that this district was won by Biden by 7.3%. The bad thing about this district is that it's been shifting rapidly to the right.
Can I interrupt real quick with an amazing joke that somebody in my community said?
Go for it.
Well, it's clear that Sandy Smith used an alarm clock to wake him up because she knew he was woke.
Oh, got him.
That's good.
Also, her biggest endorsements are from Paul Gosar, who is a white nationalist and has given opening speeches at neo-Nazi conventions, and from a school shooting truther who is named Wendy Rogers. I believe she's in Arizona. As well as Roger Stone and Michael Flynn. So a real winning lineup of people. Roger Stone, for those of you who don't know, is one of the most infamous hatchet men in politics. And
I really like your use of the word odious there.
Me too.
Very fitting.
Thank you. He has a tattoo of Nixon down his back. He got
Unironically.
he got a tramp stamp of Nixon.
Yeah. Unironically.
And Michael Flynn went to prison for, a few years for being an illegal Russian agent. So, just a great lineup of people to endorse
As you do.
Sandy Smith.
And let me guess, they're all
alleged
probably
attempted
endorsed.
murderer.
They're probably all endorsed by Trump too, right? Like just to put icing on the cake. I'm sure they
probably.
are.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's like, didn't they say there's like over 90 or over 100 some odd representatives or people running for representative that are all election deniers and things like that? I think this sounds like one of those candidates for sure. They were at January 6th, so yeah, they obviously are.
Some people in my chat are asking if she's anywhere close in the polls. I wasn't able to find good recent polling data for what's going on. So I have no idea, which is probably why we should turn up and volunteer in that district. Do some phone and text banking in North Carolina 01 for Don Davis because oh boy, we do not want Sandy Smith in office.
No.
Again, non-zero chance she tries to kill someone. We already gave a lengthy here's why you should volunteer. So I'm just gonna do a quick, hey folks, type !map in chat. And you'll get a link to go to trancelculture.com where you can sign up to volunteer for door-to-door canvassing, phone banking, or text banking. And you can do that no matter where you are in the United States. It's great. Also, just a quick update here. I have a thing I can read. Real quick.
I do believe there were also allegations of Sandy Smith trying to attack an ex-husband with a frying pan.
Ooh, that's
there
a
were,
super
yes.
deadly weapon.
Okay.
This is your brain on drugs.
This
is your brain, Sandy Smith.
So sign up. And someone does have an update on the polling data. The only poll for North Carolina's 1st district had Davis up by 6 points. And that was pre Dobbs. So we just don't know. We don't know where the polling is. Davis does seem to have been in a good position, and one could assume that he's even in a better one now, but we just do not know. That's too far back to know anything modern. And let's see. Can someone introduce Wisconsin? I need to take a look at something that was sent to me.
Wisconsin? Well, first up, we have a race for governor. And it looks like Tony Evers, the incumbent, is against Tim Michels or Mitchells. I'm not sure the pronunciation. Michels. Evers has been key to blocking the worst Republican abuses, and keeping him in office will protect trans people, as well as hold power for progressives in 2024. He's only leading by 2% in the current polling, and that is nothing. They have agreed to debate on October 14th. And
That's
great
some content right there.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? You know what's great? It's great that this is sarcastic, by the way. It's actually fucking terrible that Tim Mitchell's the Republican runner refuses to say whether he would certify the results of the next presidential election.
There we go. I
2024.
told you. They're there. The election deniers, they're scary folks.
Yep.
The election deniers are horribly scary folks. They want to legitimately disrupt any kind of semblance of actual stability in government.
Yep.
They just want an autocracy. That's what they want. They want an autocracy.
Okay.
Yeah.
A quick update, because I know people from other countries are in our communities. So here is a memo relevant to that question. I'm not a United States citizen or green card holder in the United States. What can I do? Foreign nationals and persons who do not have green cards, collectively foreign nationals, may engage in certain activities in connection to United States elections. Foreign nationals may volunteer for United States political campaigns or committees. If they are not compensated by a foreign third party, including but not limited to their transportation expenses to and from the United States, and are on their personal time, such as vacation or earned leave. As a volunteer, foreign nationals may engage in hands-on activities for progressive victory, including engaging directly with voters, i.e. canvassing, phone calls, text messaging, etc., planning campaign events, but not messaging or strategy, and providing any services that other campaign volunteers regularly provide. So, even if you are not in the United States, you can still sign up for canvassing, phone calls, or text banking. All of those are still valid things that you can do. There we go.
Thank you.
Yes. Sorry, I kind of threw off the flow there, but
No,
I felt like that was an
I-
important update.
No, we've been streaming for a while, so I think our brain.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, so I think that's probably why there's like a little bit of a lull. Fine. Yeah, so let's move on, I guess.
Okay.
Well, there's so much more to talk about with Evers versus Mitchells.
Oh, I know. It's so much.
Good on Evers, because he has managed to veto the most bills in state history, thanks to a state legislature dominated by Republicans.
Yeah.
Now here's the great.
it's been really like basically Republicans in Wisconsin keep going, we need to ban trans kids from sports, and Tony Evers is just like, lol, no.
Yeah, wasn't
it's just
Wisconsin the
that
one that wanted to put an
repeatedly.
anti-trans bill out there that would just like ban trans kids from sports? All one of them.
Right.
That's like every state though.
Utah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's like they don't understand, like, a lot of trans kids are afraid to go and participate in sports because of the culture that exists. Like, if we don't even know how many kids want to actually participate in sports right now. It's really terrible. So that's why if you are type in exclamation point survey, if you are a trans person, we need to hear your stories so we can get that data, because we don't know how many trans kids want to play sports and just can't or don't because of the culture around this stuff. So please do that. Sorry, shameless plug for
Yeah.
the survey always.
It's okay. Like, but Wisconsin has like just a bunch of ghouls in the state legislature. Like, they've been trying to pass a state abortion ban. They've been trying to pass legislation that would legalize 14-year-olds going into the workforce. They've been trying to do basically things are bad when the Republicans are trying to bring back child labor so that like McDonald's can continue exploiting people. Like, maybe that's not a good thing. Maybe that doesn't bode well for our economies. Like, maybe if we need child labor to fix the economy, we could instead just ask CEOs to take less money. Only
post record profits.
Well, look, I mean, they could still post record profits and pay their workers more. They could do both. Yeah, Wisconsin is gerrymandered to hell and back. But that being the case, it's still possible for Evers to win. There's only a 2% lead for Tony Evers, but that means if we get people out to vote in Wisconsin, we can maybe secure that governorship for the next
And all we have to get is like all 5 people who live in Wisconsin need to vote, right? I'm just kidding. I joke.
Can I talk about what would happen if Evers lost because of how much of a monster Mitchell's is?
Go for it.
Go for it.
Well, good old Mitchell's would open up. If Evers loses, it opens the door to a flood of anti-queer bills. Like one introduced earlier this year that would ban all gender-affirming care for minors. For minors. And following a report where it turned out that a lot of his charitable contributions had been funneling money to anti-queer groups and anti-choice groups, since Mitchell's does not support the exception for rape and incest for abortion. He just wants it gone, no exceptions. He says, and I quote, "I believe people should just be ready to get out on the streets with pitchforks and torches with how low the liberal media has become. People need to decide, am I going to put up with this? Am I going to tolerate this? Taking somebody that gives money to churches or cancer research and use that as a hit piece in the media? I'm appalled. It's disgusting."
Yeah,
because
Yeah.
Classic call for pitchforks and torches to use against journalists. That has an end. Guys, I'm getting
never ended badly.
I'm getting a flashback to a term. It's in my head inexplicably. It's Lügenpresse. I think it's from Nazi Germany. That's crazy.
Oh,
Why am I thinking about that right now?
Right. Yeah. Oh my gosh. This stuff is just wild. Like, Wisconsin's a very interesting state and it has a lot of potential, but you just had gerrymandered the hell, which you're absolutely right. But the fact that they have 2 senators, they can't gerrymander the state of Wisconsin. Wisconsin is one of the lowest populated states in the country. So when you go and like 1, 2, 3% is actually not very much of not that many voters in particular, because the elections are so narrow, because the state voting population is so small. So when you're talking about like these points being very close, it's another situation where we could see ballots being counted and it's like being like 10 or 20 or 100 votes separating each other, because Wisconsin is one of those states with such a dramatically low population for 2 senator seats. So it is something that could be very effective to go and be a part of the organizing efforts in Wisconsin, because any call that you make there is effective because there's so few voters.
Yeah,
And it's
I
not a
mean,
dig on Wisconsin. It's just that's the fact.
I mean, like, realistically, with the size of our respective audiences combined, we could easily get enough volunteers where, like, keep in mind, Joe Biden only won by like 20,000 votes in Wisconsin. And like we could easily get enough people where like 20,000 is a reachable number for the number of people who would be volunteering through this.
Yeah.
Like that is the level of impact you could have by volunteering.
Yeah.
On top of this, I mean, like, it's I'm just this situation is so frustrating, right? Because all of these races are so close. And that includes Ron Johnson, which is who's up for re-election. Biden won his district or his area by 0.6%. Like, the amount of people we're talking about here is minuscule. And right now, Ron Johnson is fighting for his campaign's life, where his opponent, Democrat Mandela Barnes, is up by 1.1%. It is so close. But it is hard to emphasize enough to you. Like, I live in Minnesota. Minnesota and Wisconsin are pretty porous. A lot of people from Minnesota go into Wisconsin. A lot of people from Wisconsin go into Minnesota. Republicans have measurably made Wisconsin worse. Like, from when like in the past, when I went to Wisconsin, it was not this bad. It was not this bad. They have robbed the coffers that are designed to improve lives for Wisconsin's rural areas and for its urban areas. And like, it's we can actually make a difference here. Tipsy Fishes in my chat writes, each text banker reaches around 1 to 200 people per session, if not more. Of that, you tend to swing/boost turnout an average of 1 out of 50, 1 out of 20 with phone banking, 1 out of 5 with canvassing. Like, you can make a difference. Each person that you make a difference with while volunteering has the potential to bring their entire household with them when they vote. So it like, you have a lot of impact and power, and part of what we're doing during this organizing stream is to try and help you realize that you are not as powerless as they want you to think that you are. Because a lot of politicians rely on you staying home and not voting. They rely on people not getting involved. Like, if everyone in Wisconsin turned out to vote, Ron Johnson would be done. There's no way he would be reelected ever again. No Republican anywhere would.
Yeah, Ron Johnson shouldn't even still be in office at this point. Like, he tried to overturn the 2020 election by handing in a document of fake electors.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah. And he tried to pretend like it didn't happen. Like, he was just like, oh, well, I didn't do it. So therefore, it's like, if you plan a crime, and he was like, well, actually, I didn't go through with it because the bank guard was standing there, so I decided to not take the money out of the safe. That's still, you planned to do it. You were an accomplice at the very least, at the most an actual complicit, like doing the crime itself. Like it's just awful.
Yeah. Well,
Absolutely.
also Johnson just wants to ruin your life in particular. Like your life as in anyone if you were in the United States. He wants to measurably ruin your life. Medicaid, Social Security, he actively wants to end both of those programs. And to turn them into what are referred to as discretionary funds. Which basically means those funds just go away forever, because for Republicans, discretionary funding for social programs tends to be
Their pockets.
well, either
Yeah.
their pockets or military contractors' pockets.
Yeah,
Put it
Okay,
into
fair.
the military, baby.
That they usually have a
Yeah.
hand in.
for sure. Absolutely, they do. Yeah. Whew. All right, let me look at the run of show. See where we are. So handy.
And if you're remotely familiar with some of the stuff I talk about and some of the queer history here in the US, in the 80s we had something called the AIDS epidemic, and the AIDS epidemic basically erased an entire generation of queer people. So much so that I still get sometimes people joking about queer people spreading AIDS and having AIDS and saying that queer people should get AIDS and die, and still hearkening back to that part of our history that was completely and entirely gutted. And good old Ron Johnson believes that Dr. Anthony Fauci overhyped the threat of COVID-19 like, and I quote, like he did with AIDS.
Yeah.
And that should incense queer people more than anything else.
Yeah.
Should also incense just Americans in general.
I agree.
Like, over 1 million people have died from COVID-19 in the United States. Like, that is not a small number of people. There are people with permanent damage to their nervous system or
Oh,
body
yeah.
from COVID-19 who didn't die and aren't
It's like 4 to 5 million people is what
Yeah.
they're saying, like, are dealing with like severe after effects of long COVID.
And so, not just long COVID, but there are people who just had COVID, they no longer have it, but it did damage to their nervous system. That because COVID has like a weird ability to get through like the blood-brain barrier. And so like there are people who have literal brain damage from COVID.
Brain damage, heart damage, lung damage, kidney damage.
Yeah. And like one of the side effects of having COVID, or one of the elements of COVID, is like organ failure.
Mhm.
Like there are people who
Yeah.
got COVID who literally their organs just stopped working in certain spots of their body. Like, this is very dangerous stuff. And like when people say, "Oh, I'm not going to get the vaccine," or "I'm not doing that," and these people who are running for office promote that type of stuff, it is endangering public safety, because if somebody doesn't have a vaccine, they get severely hurt by COVID. Well, guess what? They may have to go on disability. They're going to take away from the taxes that they so care about all the time, right? Like it's like they're creating people that are dealing with these ailments for the rest of their life. And guess what they want to do? Take away healthcare on top of that. Like, they're ghoulish. They're ghouls.
Mhm.
And like this is yeah, it's just so frustrating to see this happen.
Yeah, and also like when it comes to AIDS, 675,000 people died from AIDS in the United States. And
Ah.
that was allowed to happen because it was affecting gay people predominantly. And it was allowed to happen deliberately. This was deliberately facilitated to cull the LGBTQ population.
I mean, yeah. Like even Marjorie Taylor Greene said the quiet part out loud about monkeypox. It's like, oh, this is gay person disease. It shouldn't matter. We let it go. You know, this is their fault, right? It's already coming from sitting members of Congress.
Just a reminder, a history lesson, that AIDS was called the degenerate disease on live TV, on national TV, and that before it was called the autoimmune deficiency syndrome or AIDS, it was known as GRID, the gay-related immune disease.
But yeah, it's overhyped, guys. It's
Oh yeah, totes overhyped. Yep.
Yeah,
o-
and
I mean, what do you
overhyped.
expect from the guy whose party has actively worked, actively has an active intention to overturn the 2015 codifying of gay marriage, working with
Absolutely.
the current Supreme Court that has already overturned Roe v. Wade?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Johnson signaled that he might support codifying gay marriage into law by saying he had no reason to vote against it, but then said, "Oh, when I said I had no reason to vote against it, I mean I wasn't going to vote for it. Like,
Yeah.
I wasn't
Yeah.
going to vote to protect gay people. That's crazy. I'm a Republican."
Yeah.
And the SCOTUS has indicated that they want to repeal Obergefell v. Hodges. They want to repeal basically all of the legal cases that have set precedent to protect gay and trans people. And Ron Johnson, along with most other mainstream conservatives, has agreed that that's actually a great idea, because you see, you don't need gay marriage. You don't need civil rights. Who's gonna discriminate against you? Straight people? That would never happen. Straights have never discriminated against gays.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
No, that is very clearly his intention. His intention is to create a
Absolutely.
world where you can discriminate against the gays, and he's just kind of a ghoul. And by kind of, I mean entirely.
Entirely a goal.
Explicitly, even.
Yeah, explicitly. Absolutely. Great. And have we talked about the other race in Wisconsin yet?
We have not.
Okay. There's a very contentious seat that also needs defending, that in Brad Paff. Is that how you say it? Paff?
I don't know how to
Pfaff?
pronounce it. Pfaff.
Not a clue.
You know what? Maybe it's Pfaff. I don't know.
Maybe.
Brad Pfaff versus Derek Van Orden. Biden lost this district by 47%, and the district has been sliding more red. So this is we gotta defend the seat. We can't lose any seats right now. We gotta hold our ground, and this
Yep.
is another space in Wisconsin where we can do that. Go on, Jack. I know you probably got good info.
Oh yeah, Van Orden is a real whack job. He bragged in a 2015 book about he's a former Navy SEAL, okay? And he bragged in a 2015 book that he wrote about preserving the lost art of manliness. About a time while he was in being a Navy SEAL, where he exposed another man's genitals to two unsuspecting women who were also in the military while on a training mission. And he tried to argue that this was just a medical emergency. He was helping his fallen comrade, because you see, during the training exercise, they had been made to go out into the wilderness and get into makeshift like foxholes, and the foxholes had like poison oak and such in it, and I guess somehow one of his comrades got poison oak on his genitals. I don't know how, and they swelled up to the size of a cantaloupe, and so he took his comrade to the medical area, and as two other members of the US military were walking by, who happened to be cute girls, he told them to come over, and then whipped aside a curtain and exposed his friend's cantaloupe-sized testicles to them, causing them to scream and run away. So, you know, he described it as a medical emergency, but also there's no record of the people in question being medical personnel. So, yeah. Yeah. It's not great. Also, he's virulently anti-LGBTQ. To the point where he showed up at a library in Prairie du Chien. I don't know how to pronounce that. Sorry. And harassed a teenage girl who worked as a library page there over a Pride Month display that she had put up. And because it was offending him. And he allegedly threatened the teenager and repeatedly jabbed his finger at a children's book created by Last Week Tonight host John Oliver called Marlon Bundo, a book about gay rabbits.
You remember
that's
that?
actually pretty cute.
I remember Martin Bundo.
Yeah. It's the
And-
rabbit of Mike Pence's rabbit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, he then got a library card from the library and checked out all of the books in the Pride Month display because he's a petty bitch. And I
Just let me know how mad you're totally not, Van Orden.
well,
But
and
like,
then
think about what that does though. It increases demand for books. The library's like, we need more gay books,
Right? Well, also, like, you know, I think it speaks well of, like, Wisconsin community that when the local community found out that this had happened, they organized and donated dozens of new LGBTQ inclusive books to the library. So, like,
Yeah, they did.
you know, like, there are good people in Wisconsin, and those people should not have to live under Van Orden's bigoted administration, okay? Like, we should get out the vote because there are very clearly people in Wisconsin who will not tolerate this man's intolerance.
Yeah.
Just a reminder, everybody, Van Orden was also at the January 6th insurrection.
Great. Awesome.
Yep.
Amazing.
Well, you see, it's fine, Josie. He said he just showed up to participate at the
Oh.
rally. He was just at the rally, and then he
Yeah.
didn't do anything illegal afterwards. Except, according to reporting by the Daily Beast, they uncovered pictures of him on restricted Capitol grounds that would have required him to have gone past several police barricades to have taken them.
Snap.
And they were posted on January 6th. And also, he funded his trip with campaign contributions.
Of course he did. That's
Yep.
that's kind of
He did.
like it's like, you know, Marjorie Taylor Greene bought an SUV on campaign contribution. Duncan Hunter, like he was running in the San Diego County District. He literally bought a ticket for his rabbit to go on a flight to some other place. He using campaign money.
Wait,
You know,
how is it at all legal for Marjorie Taylor? Like you would know this. I don't. How is it at all legal for Marjorie Taylor Greene to buy herself a new car with campaign contributions?
She probably used it as, oh, I need this car to travel to campaign events all over Georgia and my district. That's what it is. It's a weak bullshit excuse to get a free SUV and completely
okay.
skirt election law. Like, yeah. Like, I can understand a candidate maybe buying but outside of that, it's like, no. I would even say groceries are bad. You should really only be raising for your campaign. There's a lot of laws and rules.
Groceries, if you're using them to like feed your volunteers, maybe.
Yeah, right? Yeah, that's right. Like volunteer foods, like, and you just maybe eat an extra cracker because you're a poor candidate. Like,
Yeah, this is my campaigning jet ski. You don't understand. I gotta hit the trail on my campaign snowmobile.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just gonna pay for my extra rent for all of the other things. I'm gonna pay for this. They're ridiculous. Like they're a bunch of grifters. I mean, like they talk about PPP loans and all this type of stuff, and they got all that forgiven. Like I've been wanting to say this for a while because this actually happened. So I actually had a consulting business and it have got affected deeply by COVID because it was campaigning, canvassing, going door to door. Like people didn't want to do that, especially during COVID, right when it struck. And I found out I could have actually taken about $56,000 in PPP loans. But I was like, $56,000 in PPP loans. That sounds like a lot. I don't want to owe the government $56,000 in PPP loans. So I didn't take out the loan because I was being fiscally responsible with myself. And then I go and I see that all these fuckers got their fucking loans forgiven because they knew that they were probably going to do that. Like it's so bullshit. They're so corrupt. They knew that they were going to get that shit forgiven. That's why all these Congress people went and took them for nothing.
Yep.
It was so frustrating.
I have a confession. I did take a PPP
Good.
loan because my
Good for
business.
you.
Now they only offered me like $6,000, but
That's important.
my business was very adversely affected by the pandemic because some of the materials used in the manufacturing I was doing were also materials used in hand sanitizer and soap at the start of a pandemic.
Oh,
So
geez.
prices went up by a fourfold, and I just folded.
Yeah, I imagine.
But hey, now I'm a
Oh my
streamer.
god. Hey, now you're a streamer. But like that's the thing.
Thank
It's like, when Ben Shapiro put out that fucking tweet about, oh, the best way to not have to get a loan forgiven is not taking one you can't afford. The fucker took 20,000 himself. And I'm just like, you mother effer. Like, that's literally what I did. And you got your shit forgiven and I didn't. Like, you talk about people getting mad about loans getting forgiven. I was fucking furious when I found out that all these Republican grifters were taking out all these loans knowing they were going to get them forgiven. And like us students are dealing with that. So, anyways, I had to get that off my chest. It was super frustrating because I could have got $56,000. I just never had to pay back. I could have paid my student loans off with that. Isn't that funny? Like the money that I could have got to keep my business or to continue to pay myself because my business went under. I could have paid my student loan debt off and then got the PPP loan forgiven. And that's wild. That's wild. I hate it. Anyways, sorry for that random tangent about my fury.
It's okay. It is A-okay. But folks, if you would like to join us in an effort to hold the governorship of Wisconsin, to possibly flip a U.S. Senate seat, and to maintain the U.S. House seats in Wisconsin, type !map in chat, and you can sign up to volunteer to phone and text bank or go door to door and do in-person canvassing. This is key to us being able to build political power, and the hope is we're going to be doing more of these streams. We're going to be, into the future, as it gets closer to the midterms, we're going to do more of these streams. We're going to get more information about these races, and the goal is, after the midterms are done, we're going to keep up doing these types of streams periodically to build up our momentum and power going into 2024, so that we can actually make a difference. Because, guys, 2024, it's not that far away, and there are some pretty big stakes when it comes to the next presidential election. So again, !map, and get locked into volunteering. Treat the midterms this year as kind of your anime training montage. Okay,
it really is. I love that.
I love that. Right now we're doing the arc in My Hero Academia where Deku has to clean the beach. Okay, that's what's happening right now. and you all
Yeah.
need to put in the work so that our bodies are buff doges going into 2024. All right.
It's gonna be so good. Get
Yep.
those Michelle Obama arms.
Yeah.
We gotta do the Michelle Obama arms. We all got
I
it.
really wish I knew what the hell you were talking about with My Hero Academia, but you said buff arms, so I'm gonna flex.
Yes.
It's a
of
show
course.
full of buff people. You should watch
Yeah.
it. It's good.
Sounds good. And Willow's like super buff, by the way.
Yeah.
Like I have been
I'm working
keeping
on it.
track of Willow's like buff arc, like going to the gym, like telling me how beautiful she
Damn!
is. Yeah, I know it's intense. I love it. Gives me joy to see you post those photos. Just to let you know.
So yeah, if you want to get involved, now's the time to do it, to build up your strength, to build up your ability to like volunteer, and to figure out what you're good at, because you might be really good at text banking but not good at phone banking, or really good at door-to-door canvassing but not that great at phone banking. This is a
Absolutely, there's
good time
plenty of
to,
stuff people can do.
yeah,
Everyone can find their strength.
absolutely. And, if you learn the basics in the midterms, you might be able to do even more in 2024. You might be able to help coordinate volunteers. You might be able to do even more and take on larger roles and learn some skills that you can apply in other areas of your life too. This is a great experience for you to build a social circle in your area, to make friends. Like we like, I know this might seem silly, but literally a lot of campaigning is overcoming the worst evils of our world with the power of friendship.
Yes, it's true.
It's true.
It's about the friends we make along the way.
Yeah, like I don't know. It sounds corny, but it's true.
Yeah, no, but it's like we and it really, you have the opportunity to work into a system that is already built. Like, you go in and you go where your strengths are. And I know there's some Oilers here. Like, you could donate to campaigns too. That is not off the table. If you say, like, I don't have any time, I work too much making all my money, then donate that money to those places so we can get more people to give more resources where we are. So there is just so many ways and so many opportunities. And you never know. You may knock and you'll be like, wow, I had an amazing time. And then all of a sudden you might find yourself saying, I want to do this for a living. And then you could be somebody that can go and be a political operative where people come to you and say, hey, what's going on in my town? What's going on in my city? I want to run for office and people know you. What should I do? Like, these are the things that are going to happen, and it's going to happen sooner than you think. Like, the knowledge that you're going to be learning in these are vital, and people are begging for people to know these skills. You're going into a job market that would take you with these skills that you learn. When you go and you apply for a field organizer position, it's like, oh, I actually knocked on the 250 doors on this campaign. I actually called 1,000 people. I actually, like, field directors, they look for that. They're like, oh wow, this person actually has done some stuff. I think I could bring this person in. And then that's when your career can start flourishing. I'm not saying that's what you have to do, but it's an option. It's an option. It's hard work, but it's fun and rewarding. And who knows, you can be like Josie, getting on DNC and doing all that stuff and getting awards with your picture on the wall.
That was the first thing I saw, and I was just like, damn, look at her.
So some people in my chat are asking, where can my measly campaign donos go to get the best use? Josie probably knows a bit more than me, but my initial instinct is to say, once you are volunteering and getting more acquainted with your local races, probably local races are going to be where you get the most bang for your buck. But
yeah.
Is that true? That's
well,
my
yeah.
instinct.
So there's a couple things, right? You need to know what donation limits are and all of those type of things, and you can figure out, like, if you go to the campaign, usually it's really good to give to the campaigns directly, because those campaigns are just desperate for cash, and a lot of times they're cash poor. So like those few $100, especially in an election, can get them extra literature so they can go and talk to more people. And because I will tell you, one of the worst things that happens when you're canvassing is when you run out of literature and you don't have anything to give any people, right? Because everybody's being so conservative with giving out literature. It's like, oh no, we hope not this many doors will open. If there's more, you're screwed. So like these things like that are very, very helpful. Also, this is a great opportunity. What Jack was saying is get to work in a campaign. Go see how the operations work, right? Go and see how the volunteer operations look and say, hey, wait, this candidate doesn't have their shit together. Maybe I don't want to give to this candidate because it's not going to go to somebody that I want it to go to. But if you do like that campaign, you like that candidate, go to a fundraiser, right? Donate in person. Actually write it out, get your cash, hand it, or not cash, but like a check or a card. Go to those campaigns and hand that money to that candidate and look in them in the eyes, and they will respect you for it too. Like there's so many ways that you can do it, and go and find the races that are close and see where it can be going. And this is a perfect question that you can actually ask in the Discord, right? Progressive PV 2020, right? Like that is where you can go. If you go to uh exclamation point maps, you're going to be able to say, hey, who should I donate to? Who needs the money the most? Because the experts in the room are going to be like, oh man, if you need to give money, you need to give money to X, Y, and Z, because they're like at the fight of their lives and they're out of resources, right? Like that's the type of stuff that you'll be able to learn. And it's important to be able to ask people the question which you just asked: where do I give my money to? That's why it's important to have experts in the room to say, hey, actually, this is where you can hand your money to. And that can be
Yeah.
very helpful.
Yeah, knowing like it's kind of like this might sound a bit odd, but it's kind of like be like a ship, right? It's like a vessel, a ship, right? Like if you don't know anything about how ships work, like you might be like, what do I invest in to make this ship better? And that can be a hard thing to determine, especially on a ship by ship basis. But if you actually get involved in the day-to-day running of the ship, then you know kind of the guts and the innards of what is making it an effective ship. And you can make better decisions, not just on where to invest, like on that particular ship, but on all other ships, because you have the basics down.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I actually, before I give the campaign, I actually ask the candidates or the person that's asking me for money. I'm like, okay, what does your campaign look like? What are those dollars going to? Are you a field focused campaign? Are you trying to do TV ads? You doing mailers? Like those are the questions you can call a campaign and ask. It's like, what are your major campaign strategies? And if they say, oh, it's actually just TV and mail, then maybe you don't want to give to that campaign, right? Maybe you want to give to a campaign. It's like, actually, we're hiring, field director or field people, $15 an hour, $18 an hour to go hit doors. Your donation goes directly to pay the salaries of our door knockers. Like I'm donating as much as I can to that campaign, right? But you need to know that by having the ability to like go in and understand what these things are. And that's what these experts are going to be able to tell you in the Discord and signing up. That's why it's important to sign up.
Absolutely. Let's see here. Yeah, one of the big things is, and one thing I keep seeing again and again, and I think this is what sucks people into like the Jimmy Dore, Glenn Greenwald pipeline. It is doomerism. Just losing hope that we can ever make things better, and so it's better to just burn everything down. It's better to just attack the people who could be useful to making the world a better place. It's better to do that than it is to like try and build something or build a movement that can actually inspire change. And I think a lot of that comes down to doomerism, and I think the antidote is to actually just get involved some way.
Yeah.
Take ownership of the agency you possess as just a human being.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is something that will actually make a difference. Talking
And it's
to
always important.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I interrupted. Please go ahead.
Oh no, like talking with strangers about what you believe and why, about why you believe that these races are important, about how voting for a candidate might mean the difference between like their trans cousin having human rights or not. Like
Yeah.
these are things that like they fill you up. They empower your heart. They like I know that sounds cheesy and dumb, but like I don't know, politics can be real cheesy and dumb. Have you seen
It
those
is.
political ads? Like like
It really is, though.
And
Willow, go ahead.
remember,
yeah.
we're not alone. You're not alone. If you're feeling overcome or succumbing to doomerism, you're not alone. There are countless people who are feeling the same way you are. And that together we can lift each other up, as corny as it sounds, because politics is corny. You're not alone. Other people feel the exact same way that you do.
Absolutely.
Also, I think another aspect of it is that for a lot of people's lives, they've been conditioned to believe that like caring about stuff is dumb. Like
Right.
caring about stuff isn't cool. Caring about stuff is lame or silly or like it
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. And I want to say this too. And, the best way that I was remedy my doomer, because I'm a cynical optimist, right? That's how I kind of describe myself when I think of like, my personal human philosophies. I know that we are in a rough shape. I know that the system is a ship and it takes a long time to be able to shift the direction of a large ship. And the United States is one of the biggest, right? And if you think about it. So it takes time to shift things. But that's what you go into it understanding. It takes about 6 years before you probably will see change at a level that you are going to feel comfortable with. I remember when I started in politics, I was like so hopeful and I'm like, I'm going to work and I'm going to do all this stuff. And then it's like, nope, nothing was working. Everything sucked. And I worked at it more. And then I started a club. And then that club collapsed after Bernie lost. And there was like 5 members. Then I had to build up
God.
that club again. And, and then it had to be a voting block. And then all of a sudden, after all of that work that I and others were putting in, we actually changed San Diego County, which was a very red area in the state of California. Almost every Republicans pretty much had everything. And over time, we were able to flip all the seats except for like a few Republican like congressional seats. But we won the county, we won the city, we won the mayor, we won most of the water boards, small mayors in cities that they never thought was going to happen. The transit system in San Diego is actually changing for the better because we got all these conservative mayor candidates or mayors out of office, put them in with Democrats that actually fight for transit. Like, I'm talking about an arc that took over a decade to get where we are. But San Diego is a better place to live now because of the work that activists were able to put in and never gave up, no matter how hard it got, no matter how bleak it was. We were able to make change at the local level in such a way that it impacted millions of lives. And that can't and that's what keeps me going, right? Knowing that the arc, the arc of history is long, but it always bends towards justice. Martin Luther King, right? Like it really is a situation where we have to know this is sustained effort. Organizing is a muscle. You got to keep doing it if you want to be good at it. Like this is the way that we got to think because this is a sustained fight because the Republicans, they'll be at that school board meeting. They'll
Mhm.
be at that city council meeting. They'll be in those candidates and running these wild candidates in all these areas. They're never going to give up. So what do we have to do is match that energy and beat them with the numbers that we actually have. And the only way we're going to be able to activate that is if you go and tell people to do it too. Because
Yeah.
people We have to show that this is cool. We have to show in a way that, oh my God, you didn't vote? Who are you? Like, that's the type of culture that we need. And it's young people who are doing it. Millennials and Gen Zers are finally getting in charge. We're actually changing shit. And we are at the prefaces of a whole new world. And if we actually get up and do something, we could actually wake up in a world that isn't dominated by transphobia, that isn't dominated by anti-reproductive rights and taking equality for the equalities that we fought so hard for. Like, where do you want to be in history when you're like, wow, like we almost had a fascist dictator take over this country? I'm glad I got out there and knocked that election,
Yeah.
because that's what history is going to look like. And is our opportunity to take it, is our opportunity to take it back.
I mean, it's far easier to oppose fascist dictatorship by voting than the alternative. I'd prefer, personally, I would prefer to just vote. That seems like a way better use of my time and energy than I don't know, being lined up against a wall.
Yeah.
And like another aspect of this is we need to stop putting candidates up on pedestals.
Right.
No candidate is going to be perfect. And I know, like, you mentioned there, like, your club fell apart after Bernie lost. And I understand that was really heartbreaking for people. It was heartbreaking for me, too. But, like, we need to be able to put the goal that we're going for beyond just any one single candidate. Because that is not a path to victory at all. Politics is not a, well, we defeated the evil, time to go home to Hobbiton and all will be well in Gondor. That's not how politics works. That's how a fantasy story works. Right?
Yeah.
Like and we're not living in a fantasy story. We're living in the real world where the reality is we will always have to struggle to make things better, regardless, like whatever utopic vision you have of the future, you are in that utopia. If it were real, you would still have to continue to struggle to make it better. That's the whole point of like a progressive movement, is to progress, to continue to make better.
Yeah.
And that's what we're working on. And we need to set our eyes higher than any one person can go. And I think that will help us not doomer as much when we inevitably suffer losses. Because not all of the races we want to win, we're not going to win all of them. But we are going to win some of them. And we're going to win some of them because you guys chose to get involved.
Right. It really is just as easy as that. I know it's so much easier to say, but as somebody who's worked in this business for a long time, having volunteers come through the door is always a sigh of relief for a campaign. It's like, oh my gosh, you want to come in and knock? Oh my God, here's a packet. Thank you so much. And they'll treat you like royalty, because it really is this situation. So people are ready to accept you with open arms and be thankful that you're there. And it's great. And this is a concerted effort and we're all fighting for it. And we can actually do this, because I will say it, I've never seen anything like this in my history of politics. Like, I have never seen a Discord with almost how many people now? Is it over 10,000? I think
it's a lot.
It's like over 10,000. So I think, or it's roughly close to it, roughly. I've never seen such an organized effort that has hit so many individual campaigns ever in my life. Like the people who started this work, that recruited Jack and myself and all the people that you see to help support this movement, they had a mission. And that mission was to make the internet and like Twitch politics and streamers actually relevant. Because a lot of politicians think that all of you watching this right now are completely irrelevant and not even but we have already shattered expectations by signing up on this and actually showing that we're actually putting our money where our mouth is and actually going and banging on the doors and making the phone calls. So we are already defying odds by even being able to coordinate in this way. So this is history making, right? Like this has never been done through streaming type efforts before, and it's really cool and magical in my opinion, because I've never seen anything like it before. Because man, I wish I had access to this years ago. But this is a great opportunity, and this is something that could be sustained, where we can say, hey, it's that time of year again, go and do the thing.
Yep.
Right? And that's where the power of organization comes from, because you become part of it, because you are part of it, you are it.
Yeah, like this is, I don't know, we are trying something new. We are trying to see what y'all can do, because I believe in you guys. I've seen you guys posting, I've seen you talking about your struggles, and I know that you can do these things, you know. And I don't know, it's I think we can do it.
I think so.
And
I do.
Yeah.
Like I'm telling you, like, if we do this, like, this is what political activism could start looking like.
Mhm.
And I get really giddy about do that. That sounds awesome. Right? Because I'll tell you, when I was in politics, doing my own thing, I saw online politics as complete wasted space. And I'm guilty, right? As a consultant, I used to be like, oh yeah, online, that's only good for, there's nothing good that comes out of that. It's only raising money sometimes. But what I've seen here changed my mind. Changed my mind completely. I'll say it. Like Jack says that she believes in you. I didn't at first. But no, I am a believer. I do believe in you, because we are fighting this fight together, and all we need is a little bit of organization. That's all. And now we have it.
Mhm.
And I am willing to go to the cross for you. Like, I am so excited about the future of politics in that. Like, I'm excited and honored to be a part of it. The start of what online streaming politics can look like. And it's all of you watching that are making this possible, because when you go and make those phone calls, that matters to the voter that you're talking to.
Willow, my chat is calling for you to talk and say something. They
Like
want
what? How?
Willow.
What do I have to say that Josie and Jack haven't so eloquently stated already? Although I did actually have something, but then I forgot.
That's
Fair.
It's
It's
one of those
late.
nights. It's Friday, right?
It's late. It's fine.
It's late. It's Friday, but it's important to donate where you can, because these things are long hauls. They are endurance fights. You get knocked down, but you get up again. They're never going to keep us down. Even if we get knocked down, we'll get up again. But no, like it's a fight, and we're in this together, and it's very important to remember that what we do now can make things safer for future generations. Progressive society means it is constantly moving, it is constantly changing, it is constantly growing. And 40 years ago, okay, so recently the WPATH Standards of Care version 8 came out, like yesterday.
Yeah.
And they have future-proofed some things. They are including things like, oh, hey, FFS is considered medically necessary, top surgery, bottom surgery, future-proofing transplants for when penile and uterine transplants become a thing. I can't even imagine 5 years ago that being remotely feasible, much less 10, 20 years ago. Shit, 30 years ago, we were still using pregnant mare urine for estrogen therapy. Think of how far things have come so far, and we need to keep taking them further. We need to keep pressing forward and moving forward and preventing these people from having power who want to see us scared and who want to see us hidden. and away from polite society. I am not polite, and I'm not going anywhere. Okay, I'm polite to the people I like. Still,
Yeah, you've only been so sweet to me.
I do my best. I do my best. Also, only one letter required for gender affirming surgeries now, and
Yep.
no PhD requirement.
Oh,
So,
hell yeah.
That's so
and only
amazing.
6 months on hormones, and also no hormone requirement for non-binary people. So, like,
That's
there's some
amazing.
really
Yeah.
fucking good things.
Yeah. I'm so honored that one of the members of the scientific advisory is actually the co-chair of the revision for
that's
this
cool.
survey. So the US Trans
That's awesome.
Survey, the co-chair of the revisions was actually on that council. That's how awesome the US Trans Survey is. So exclamation point survey. Because that is the thing that we all need to take if you are trans or think you might be, or non-binary, or gender non-conforming, two-spirit, whatever your flavor of trans is, just go ahead and take the survey.
Yeah.
And folks, use exclamation point MAP to sign up to volunteer in local, state, and national campaigns. We need every single one of you. If you are watching, you need to go do that. You need to
Yep.
go do that. You need to go do that. The other thing you all need to do is use exclamation point health in chat, because we need people to protect trans health. And the Biden administration has a proposed rule change for the Affordable Care Act and needs public comment. So we need all of you to go to the website. Oh God, what's the website, Josie?
ProtectTransHealth.org.
ProtectTransHealth.org to submit a public comment. The more public comments we get, the more likely this rule is to pass. And it prevents discrimination in healthcare services, which is something we desperately need for trans people. So go make that public comment. We need all of you, if you are watching, to go and do that. Not tomorrow. Do it now. Do it now. Do it now.
Absolutely. 50. I think I might have said this, but I'm going to say it again. I think I might have said it a little differently, but this is what it is. 55% of people who took the survey back in 2015 said that they were denied some version of healthcare in their, just because they were trans. So like just general, every type of healthcare, not just gender affirming care or any of those things, just any type of healthcare, all included. More than half of our community were denied some form of access. So when we talk about protect trans health, we mean it. Like,
Yeah.
we need you to help us protect trans health, because there's not enough trans people to make all the comments.
Yeah,
We need cis
it's-
allies.
We need I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. Almost every single trans person that I know has been discriminated against in a healthcare setting, or like has either been outright denied care, had like discriminatory comments made against them, has had a denial of their medical needs. Like it is horrendous, and we need this to pass. And it's one of those ways we can protect trans health, not just in like a state, but across the entire United States. Wherever people are taking Affordable Care Act money, they have to abide by this rule.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. It's the same way we got non-discrimination passed for African Americans in the United States. Every hospital that was taking federal money, which was every single one, then had to provide unbiased care to African Americans. And we need that, but for trans people.
Yeah.
To maintain it and to advance it as things change, pressuring these healthcare organizations to expand their coverage to prevent further, I don't want to say definitely some mistreatment, but definitely maligning of the trans community.
Absolutely. Like, we need to expand the fertility treatments, right? We need to make sure that fertility is covered so they could freeze trans people's genetic material covered under insurance and Medicare, right? Those are
Mhm.
the things that need to happen. We need to have access to reproductive care. Make sure that there's laws in place where you can't get turned away for a hysterectomy just because you look like a male. Like, these are the things that are really, really important, and these things happen, right? Um, but yeah, so I think we're wrapping up, right, Jack?
We are actually. We've gone over by about 10 minutes, but that's okay because we had a few unexpected introductions that took up a few minutes. So we're basically right on time.
Okay.
And
I
we
was
started a
late
bit well.
because I missed that was Eastern time.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
okay. We
Go for it.
also started a bit late, so that
Yeah.
it's fine. So where can people find you, Willow and Josie? And I don't know, maybe one last thing before we all break.
Right.
Josie, after you, please.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. My name is Josie Rose C. You can find me on Twitter and Twitch by that handle. So please find me, follow me, have fun. It's a good time. I have been very busy. In my day job, I actually run the U.S. Trans Survey. Maybe that's why I'm like, take it, take it, take it, do it. Why don't you? But we've been doing a lot of work. We're going to be launching the survey next month. But I also do a lot of other things in professional life, where I am a board member for a trans veteran organization, as well as a committee member for a national suicide prevention. And I'm on a very powerful, I think you may have heard of it, the DNC. I also do some things for those folks as well. So yeah, I am working very hard for trans issues. So if you don't see me on stream, I will be back. I will be streaming as much as I can. So make sure you are getting notified when I go live. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Willow. I run Trans 101 here on Twitch. Largely talk about gender sexuality, trans-related issues, trans-related questions, questions on trans-related surgeries, and just give people an open and honest environment as to where they can ask questions and any good faith questions. Because I know that even though it is generally bad form to ask about genitals and other aspects of trans existence, that if they are in good faith, then I will talk about them. I will answer them. I also do some fitness stuff over on TikTok, where you can find me at Miss Willow Faye, Faye. For that, for Twitter, for anything that's not Twitch.
All right. And I'm Riverboat Jack. One last time, and you can find me over on twitch.tv/riverboatjack, where I talk about politics and the news, and I do a little bit of everything. But
I adore
Oh.
you.
I do too. I
Thank
adore both of
you.
you, actually.
I-
I've always had a crush on Willow. Wait, did I say that out loud?
I mean, right back at ya.
I adore
Absolutely right back
everyone
at ya.
who's been on this panel tonight. I appreciate everyone taking the time out of their day to like talk for hours about organizing for a better tomorrow, and also like we really do need this, folks. One last time, !map to get to sign up to volunteer, and !health to make a public comment. You do not need to be trans to make a public comment at all. Allies are welcome to
Yeah.
comment in favor of not
Please,
discriminating
please,
against
please.
trans people. Yeah,
There isn't
100%.
enough. There isn't enough trans people. We need those people to help us beat the phobes that are fighting us right now.
Yeah, and like I had while we were talking about this, I've had trans people in my chat talking about experiences that they've had in healthcare where nurses would refuse to touch them because they are trans. Like it is quite literally that bad.
Those stories need to be shared on the public comment. By
Yeah,
that's
Absolutely.
very important.
so it's so important to get these non-discrimination rules passed. So all that stuff, you can take actions today. And I do hope each and every one of you take them. And with that, I think we're gonna break.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna stay on my side on my channel, so don't stick
And me
around,
on
my
mine.
audience members. And you are awesome, River. Jack, are you staying too?
I'm gonna be on my own stream.
Okay,
for
that's
a little
same.
bit to close out.
Same. All right. Bye, everybody. Much love.
Bye.
Bye.